Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. We're of course getting ready to move into our second super weekend. My name is DK and with me of course the ever lovely Span Cargo. How are you doing today, Span?
I am doing great. How about you, DK?
I am doing fantastic. I'm so excited to get into the second super weekend. We've seen quite a bit of up and down between the teams coming from league play into that first super weekend, and then of course making that transition back again into our second week of league play. So I'm quite excited to see exactly how the second week of super weekend is going to be going for these teams. Of course, 16 teams coming in. We're going to be facing off against 15 matches, so quite a bit of fighting I'm expecting to see from these teams. But now things have taken a little bit of a change up. We've seen some teams performing really strong in our first league play week. Of course, then moving into that first super weekend, that's where we saw a bit of a change, a bit of a disruption coming in with that performance compared to that first week. But of course now, as we move into the second super weekend, again, we see teams are finishing really strongly in the league play. So are you expecting a continuation of that as we move into the first super weekend, or do you think we're going to have a little bit of a more consistent flow, a bit of more momentum retention as we come into this second super weekend?
You know, there are actually a bunch of teams that kind of have gone back and forth, so I don't quite know what to expect. I think it might just depend on that team's specific trend, because there are some that have been steadily going up the leaderboard as each set of things go by. Like, they're lower the first week of league play, then they were super high up on the super weekend, even higher on this next league play, so maybe they'll go on ahead and continue that trend, continue to go up. And then there are some people that also do really well during the league play days, but then don't perform as well during the super weekend, but also the opposite. So there are a few teams that kind of go back and forth, and we're going to go on ahead and touch on some of those specific teams later on. So for me, I obviously would like to see that increase happen. I do think now that time has gone by, these teams should be able to figure out at this point, you know, halfway through all this league play stuff and super weekends, that there should be an upwards trend. So that's what I'm hoping for from everybody.
Well, it's definitely going to be interesting to see exactly how the teams are going to cope with that, and of course how they're going to be applying themselves coming in to into the second super weekend. But I mean, there's a few teams that we've seen some strong performances, you know, from, and that of course, especially, you know, teams that come to mind on that is, for instance, the players from YaLLa, the players from GUNZ, even the team from Zombies. But a new addition that we've got for this first super weekend is of course the players from Fate. This is their first showing in the super weekend, and as we know, that is where those points make the most, you know, impact. And of course, speaking of that, let's get into our overall standings just to see where we have the teams currently situated. So as you can see, right up in pole position for the time being, we have the players there from Falcons. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fare. Of course, we know that they are not playing today. So then also we have the players from Zombies over in second place, trailing by 30 points behind the team from Falcon. Of course, over in third place, we've got the players there from GUNZ Esports sitting on 164 points. So only 2 points separating them from the team from Zombies. And of course, our top three teams there, all of them sitting on 2 chicken dinners under their belt. As we move into fourth, we see the players there from Alpha Legends, 1 chicken dinner and 155 points in total. RICO Infinity, fifth place, 2 chicken dinners. Of course, sitting on a total of 140 points. But then we move on over towards the players from NASR. In sixth place, 1 chicken dinner, but 117 points. 1 point below that, we've got the players from SUDOR Esports in seventh place on 117. But now moving into the second page, things also still looking quite interesting over here.
YaLLa in ninth place. They're also able to pick up 2 chicken dinners, but all the way in ninth place with 104 total points, tied actually with iKURD Esports, but they have a few more points with kill points and chicken dinners, you know, going on ahead and breaking that tie. Flare Loyal team in 11th with 89, YaLLa Esports in 12th with 80 total, HOTLINE Esports with 77, Real Tiger 9 with 59, SCYTES with 58, Arab GCG with 53 as well. And then, I mean, the other other teams, this is only our second Super Weekend, so everybody else so far doesn't have any totals coming into this next Super Weekend. There we go, all the dashes there. So going into this, there are a few of these teams now, Galaxy Racer, Fade Esports, they're all able to actually come on ahead, pull into their first Super Weekend. So this is their time to start catching up with these other teams that already have a weekend ahead. And as you already pointed out, Falcons, they are in their first place spot, but they're not playing today. That's going to give Zombies that chance to break that 30-point distance and potentially get ahead of them. So they're probably ecstatic to go on ahead and see that they have the potential to go on ahead and catch up in that way.
And definitely, of course, a fantastic opportunities for coming in for the teams in the Super Weekend. So the 4 teams we don't have in the second Super Weekend is the players from Ra'ad, the Falcons, Flare Loyal, and Arab GSG. So those 4 teams didn't make it through into the second Super Weekend. So I'm curious to see exactly how that is going to affect their overall standings and how it's going to affect that main leaderboard. Because as we've mentioned, the Super Weekend, that is where the points matter the most. You know, the league play days, that is what gets you into Super Weekend, but it's when you step into Super Weekend, that is where you need to bring your absolute A game, bring the best, the strongest performance you can to try and secure those points. And of course, yet again, then qualify or make it through into the finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. So there's quite a bit of pressure on these teams to perform well enough to bring in those points. So of course we're going to be having a look at some of these teams, you know, looking at their story, and one of those teams, of course, being the players from YaLLa. YaLLa has been pretty consistent in their gameplay throughout the weeks, and of course this is the stats that we see coming in just from this week's league play that we were watching. Miramar being a really strong map for them, coming in with about an average there of 1960 damage, and of course sitting on an average of 6.25 kills per Sanhok map. A really strong survival time as well. Sanhok, not necessarily their strongest game, but of course we got a few of those, you know, we had a few instances where, you know, things could maybe look a little bit stronger for them. Looking towards the players from YaLLa just to see how they are performing in the Super Weekend.
I'm excited to actually go on ahead and see how they're going to perform, because as we know, they're one of the teams that they've been good during the league play, during the weekdays, but it's when it comes to the Super Weekend, where from our first week, that's where they kind of go on ahead and falter a little bit. So they're usually super consistent in weekdays, and I'm interested to see if now they've gone on ahead and cracked the code for the Super Weekend, because first league play, they came in second overall. Going into that first Super Weekend, they only ended up in 12th place, and now, as we already know, they ended up coming into the second Super Weekend in first place for weekdays. So they only went on ahead and increased their placement in terms of the weekdays games, but from 12th for Super Weekends, they have to go on ahead, and we could potentially see them jump a lot if they went on ahead and figured out that code, at least for weekday play. But they just need to go on ahead and translate it into the Super Weekend for themselves, because as of this past weekday, they were able to pick up almost 13 average points per game. So if they're able to pick up that many points in just the weekday, I'm expecting to see something big for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, but of course that is what we're going to be looking at, is just exactly how the teams can continue that momentum that they've built up in, you know, in the league plays. Just how strongly they'll be able to convert that into the Super Weekend, because I mean, it's all good and well if you perform really strong in the league days, but essentially you need to bring that performance and then some when you come in to the Super Weekend. Now, a few of the teams that we've been looking at, that have really been able to pull off that move, of course, is one of the teams in here today as well, the players from GUNZ. After the first week of league play, they finished up in 6th place overall, right? Then as we moved into that first Super Weekend, they ended up in 3rd place in the overall standing. So that was a really, really strong playing there coming from them. But of course, we've got a nice interview with them as well. So let's quickly jump into that to hear what they've got to say. Well, we're gonna get a little bit of a more insight, you know, just kind of to know what's happening on the side of GUNZ and exactly what they feel. So here we go.
والحين مين فكرك بكون اكبر منافس لكم في البي ام بي ال، او مين الفريق كمان اللي متحمس انك تفوت بفايت ضده خلال المباريات؟
والله يعني مع احترامي لجميع التيمات، التيم ار تي جي صراحه المبدعين، هو اصعب تيم ممكن اواجهه.
هلا خبرنا، تقدر تحكي لي عن أي مكان في أي مدينة أو بلد أنت ربيت فيها بتشوف فيه تشابه بين هاي المدينة وأي منطقة موجودة في أي خرائط ببجي موبايل؟
المطار اللي رحت له قبل يوم واحد اللي هو يشبه تماما الميليتري بيس الموجود بإرانجل.
الحين أعطيني التوب 5 أو مين الفرق اللي أنت فكرك حيتأهلوا ويقدروا يكونوا ممثلين للعالم العربي في بطولة الEMEA Championship.
فراغ جانز، الفا، يلا ايسبورتس، ار تي جي، ار اي تي.
واخر شغله حابب اعطيك الفرصه لو بدك تعمل شات اوت او تعطي كلمه للمتابعين والمشجعين لا لفراغ جونز ولا الببجي موبايل.
والله المشجعين يعني على راس جميعهم، شكرا على الدعم اللي فات اللي صار بالستار تشالنج، يعني يقدموا لنا دعم معنوي مو طبيعي والله العظيم، خصوصا بعد ما اخذنا توس من مارتين، يعني اجوا كلمونا وفتحت يعني وياهم مواضيع والله العظيم، يعني كانوا مساندينا بكل شيء، ما كانوا زعلانين او شيء، يعني بقوا قالوا لنا وياكم ويا الخساره ويا الفوز. هذا اللي خلانا يعني نتقدم للامام اكثر.
Alright, so there we go, having a nice bit of a behind the scenes look at what is going on the side there of the GUNZ team. But of course, we've spoken about YaLLa, we've spoken about GUNZ. Alright, another team that we also have looking really strong coming into the Super Weekend is of course the team from Zombies. So Zombies, they finished up after this league play, finished up in 3rd place overall. The week before, we saw them finishing up in 5th place overall. But of course, then as they moved into that Super Weekend, they finished up in 2nd place for the Super Weekend. So already we see the players from Zombies and of course GUNZ finishing strong in the league play. Then of course stepping into Super Weekend and turning up the dial, turning up that performance and just bringing in those points. So I'm quite curious again to see exactly what the players from Zombies are going to be doing in the Super Weekend, as they've been really strong, especially this past 2 days of league plays. Watching them perform, watching them just rake in those points, and of course on the overall standings that we had for the league plays, they finished merely 2 points behind the players from GUNZ.
Yeah, they came in 3rd. They had the 2nd most amount of average points with 12.3 average points, and it looks like their kill points are average 5, 7 average placement points. So it seems like more of their points are coming from the placement versus their kills, but also they're the team that we're keeping an eye on to go on ahead and jump over Falcons. Let's take a look at some of their highlights as well throughout these few games.
I mean, of course, no surprise that we see Zombies placing so high. Just some absolutely phenomenal plays from them that we've seen. And these, of course, being the highlights from the previous week. Not the previous week, rather. The previous days that we had over in that league play. Just seeing how they performed. And I mean, we already have one of the MVPs there being Saleh. So I'm really looking forward to seeing just exactly what they've got in store for us in the 2nd Super Weekend.
I'm looking forward to it as well. I mean, I feel like we know by now that that's the team that goes ahead and aggresses a lot of fights, and that's what gets them a lot of their kills and pushes them up into that higher placement points as well. So I'm kind of expecting nothing different in this situation. I mean, they're in that 2nd place spot for a reason so far. But another team that we want to keep an eye out is, of course, Fate. The team, this is their first time in a Super Weekend. Let's take a look at some of their stats that they ended up getting. There we go. We can see just the immense increase in their stats from week 1 league play versus week 2 league play. All of their stats actually increased by a ton. 1506 damage, 1192, 6.75 kill. Like, all of it just went on ahead and increased. First week they ended up in 18th place, did not go on ahead and qualify this time. They, of course, got into the Super Weekend with 6th place. So they ended up playing super well the first day. Day 2 not as well, but of course they didn't need to because it is top 16 to qualify. Average 9.3 points per game. I'm excited to see what they do in their first Super Weekend.
And of course, you know, those stats that we saw, that was just, again, the second week of league play. You know, that was day 1 and day 2 of league play. So already we're seeing such a substantial improvement just coming from Fate. So somewhere, something just flicked that switch, and they were like, you know what, we got to get into this. And that is exactly what we're seeing. And it's already being quite reflected in their stats that has come in. But also, they've managed to qualify for the Super Weekend. They find themselves right here. So definitely going to be one of the teams that I'm also going to be keeping a very watchful eye on. But especially the teams that we've seen now bring in a bit of a story. All right. The players also then that we got to talk about is the players from Real Tiger 9. All right. They're currently sitting over in 4th place. All right, in the overall points for the league play days. When we move into our Super Weekend stats, right, they're sitting a little bit lower, not having the most ideal points, but of course that is in 14th place. And here's some of the stats that we have for them as well. So for the Real Tiger 9, Sanhok is really their stronger map. As you can see, of course, the average damage there being 1437 with an average of 7.75 kills. So what's a little bit sad though is that they're only having 1 Sanhok map in the games for today. And of course having 2 Erangel and 2 Miramar. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they'll be able to translate that and push that momentum into their Miramar and Erangel performances.
If anything, if they just go on ahead and have a massive Sanhok game for one game today, that could go on ahead and launch them even further as well. Because honestly, a lot of the teams in the center placement points for finals are really close together. They're in 14th for right now, but if they're able to go on ahead and continue with their increase of getting better and better throughout each week, they should be able to go on ahead and push themselves even further up. And especially, I mean, being able to qualify again for the Super Weekend, that's going to be huge for them. Anybody who's going on ahead and coming into the Super Weekend for the second time, they might not be passable in the end, you know?
And of course, that is that sweet spot. That is where you want to find yourself. That is the position you want to be in. So definitely looking forward to seeing how the players from Real Tiger 9 are going to be performing, even though they've only got 1 Sanhok showing for today. And that, of course, is 3 Sanhoks spread out through this weekend. But then another team that we saw that was really, really strong over in the league plays, of course, is also then the team from NASR. They finished off in our the first week of league plays. As you can see, they're coming in with a really, really strong performance. Of course, on the right-hand side, that is the first week. The second page, or the one towards the left, that is the second week of league play. So definitely they had a really, really strong showing, especially in their first week, of course, sitting on an average of 15 kills per game. That is a really strong showing. And of course, their damage was so insanely high, 1459. And it started dropping down as we moved into that second week of league play. Now, they are really capable, as you'll see, of course, going through these highlights, just looking at how they performed this last week. So I'm curious to see, of course, now how that would translate as we move in, once again, to the second Super Weekend. Will we see NASR be able to repeat kind of the play that they had in the first week of league play, or will it kind of be a similar story to their first Super Weekend?
I'm curious to go on ahead and see that as well, because they came in first, 6th for Super Weekend, 10th now qualifying from the weekday into the second Super Weekend. So they kind of had, that's one of the teams I mentioned that kind of had that decrease in terms of rank overall. But honestly, I mean, even though they came in 10th during the weekday, that's still the cutoff that they need to go on ahead and qualify into this. A 6th place or Super Weekend honestly is not a bad place to be. It's pretty sweet. So if they're able to go on ahead and hopefully that weekday, maybe it was just a little bit of a bad showing, maybe today in the next 2 days we'll be able to gain a lot of momentum back in those points.
Now, definitely going to be interesting to see, you know, how these teams are going to be performing today. And of course, you know, we have Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, and then right back again over in towards Erangel. So definitely an interesting spread that we've got here with the maps. And of course, this is the standard spread that we see on the Super Weekend. Now, we've seen the teams going through the first week, going through the second week, So I'm very curious to see exactly how that will translate, and I'm definitely going to be keeping keeping an eye, especially on the players from Fate. You know, this is their first showing in the Super Weekend. They're sitting fairly comfortable over in 6th place at the end of the league play. So we can see from that they have the ability to bring in those points. Yes, the first week wasn't necessarily their week, but they've changed things up. They've re-strategized and they've come back into the second week looking much stronger. So yeah, definitely going to be keeping an eye on the players there from Fate, but also keeping an eye on YaLLa to see how they perform and whether or not they'll be able, again, to carry over that momentum that we know they have. We know they've got the skill. We know they've got the ability to bring in those absolutely insane players. So definitely something we're going to be looking to just to see how these teams are performing in the Super Weekend. And of course, our first map of the day, as we saw there, is going to be Erangel. Now, the last time they actually played on Erangel in this league was, you know, back in the first Super Weekend. So it's going to be interesting to get into this first match.
I do not disagree. And I mean, I agree. I'm really excited to see what Fate is going to go on ahead and do, because I mean, I mentioned it during this week play that I feel like they felt the fire. It was a fire inside of them. They're just like, we're not going to go on ahead and let that happen again. The first day was absolutely explosive for them. They ended the first day in 1st place. The second day, as we already know, went ahead and dropped a few more points, ending in 6th place overall. But from that first day, like, they need to go on ahead and continue that fire that they felt that day now into the Super Weekend if they're going to hope for any kind of a chance to catch up to all these teams that are in front of them, because they had the previous points from last week. They need to catch up and more for this Super Weekend if they're going to hope to qualify for finals. So definitely keeping an eye on Fate. They were amazing. We know that they can go on ahead and do it, and I want to see what they're capable of. And you mentioned YaLLa. I'm also personally keeping an eye on Zombies, because it's Zombies that they're the ones that have the chance now to go on ahead and jump the leaderboard to grab that 1st place. So I want to see them go on ahead and continue to do that. I'm interested to see how they do it, and they're also one of the most aggressive teams, and that's always amazing to watch. But it looks like we're about to go into it, DK.
And of course, you know, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been building up to move into that first initial match, which is of course over on Erangel. So let's have a look and see where that flight path is taking us, and of course where these teams are going to be trying to drop down into. And this is again that anger point, as we know. You know, this is that born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And it is Super Weekend time once again. That gamer mode now hopefully getting dialed up to about 11, maybe even 15 if we're lucky. But I'm curious to see exactly where these teams are going to drop, where that first initial zone is going to be forming, and how these teams are going to make their first initial plays as we enter this first match of the second Super Weekend.
I'm already a little bit concerned. That plane path is very far over on the western side, so majority of these teams are going to be directly beside each other, not as much of a chance to really spread out in this one. So it's really up to them to be able to get away from each other if they don't want to get into some early fights. But I already went on ahead and mentioned it. There are definitely a few teams inside of this lobby that like taking those fights early on, but as we know, the main goal for Super Weekend is just to get the chicken as well.
Yep, and of course the teams get rewarded for claiming that chicken dinner. Regardless of how many they find, they of course get that lovely $965 per chicken dinner. So that is definitely something to go for. But as you said, it's definitely going to be quite interesting to see how these teams go. And we have that zone now also shifting up into that far north. So already this match is starting off very, very challenging, as are the teams, particularly the ones down in the south. You know, that being the players from Real Tiger 9, RICO Infinity. All those teams will have to find a way in at next zone that is so far up. I'm definitely looking forward to those rotations.
Oh, I definitely am too. I mean, we know that some of these teams might make a huge rotation around to try and find themselves in, or if they go straight in, we might end up seeing some explosive fighting happening on rotations. We've definitely seen a lot of that before. It'll probably go on ahead and continue, but as of right now, it should be peaceful, hopefully, for at least the first few minutes of this game, because it is looting phase.
Yep, and looting phases sometimes it's sometimes interrupted by one or two engagements, as teams are just exploring the region, just trying to get into those interesting positions. But now, I mean, we got the players here from HOTLINE. They've dropped down in towards Gatka, also slightly on the side there of Everest. So it's going to be interesting to see just exactly where the players here from HOTLINE are going to be trying to rotate into, depending on where the zone goes. Are they going to stay on the side here of Everest? Will they just hang around, stay here for as long as they can? But because this is not too much of a change from where we usually see them dropping. They normally drop in towards Gatka or Pachinki, depending, of course, on where that flight path is. So definitely going to be interesting to see what they do. Now we jump over into the players here from the Zombies. And also for them, they usually move into like a lumber mill kind of multi-power positioning. But now we see them all the way up in that far northern reaches.
I'm interested to see what zombies are going to go on ahead and pull out of these next 3 days of the Super Weekend. Because, I mean, I already mentioned they could go on ahead and jump Falcons, but GUNZ as well. We went on ahead and touched on them and their stats. GUNZ, they're a little bit more consistent, just a tiny bit more consistent than Zombies. So potentially Zombies could go on ahead and get displaced with their second place, or even continue to have that spot if GUNZ goes on ahead and jumps them and grabs that first. So there are a few teams obviously happy that Falcons aren't in here, but still a lot of few teams directly behind them that they need to actually look out for.
Yeah, and speaking about teams that we're going to be looking out for, well, that they're going to be looking out for, is the team from YaLLa. I'm really hoping to see that strong play coming in from YaLLa. We've seen now from the league play that they are really capable of performing exceptionally well. But now, waiting to see just whether or not they'll be able to translate into the Super Weekend, and they'll be able to bring in that momentum, bring in that consistency, and give us that gameplay that we know them for. So many teams still in this. I mean, there's 16 teams in this lobby. Anything can happen. And of course, also another team we're keeping an eye on is the players here from Real Tiger 9. You can see now just making their way. And they've also slightly changed up their drop position. We normally see them pushing into more like the Western Bridge region or even Ferry Pier. But now we see them all the way over on that eastern side. So definitely with the teams coming in with a bit of a change up in drop locations. I don't know if they maybe just mixing things up for this first match just to see kind of how things are going, or whether or not that's going to be a consistent idea across the board for the games here today.
They could have gone on ahead and figured, oh, we know these teams could go on ahead and contest anything because of the plane path being originally so far over on the western side. So maybe just changed up a little bit, went somewhere else, definitely went ahead and wanted to potentially get away from anybody else. So chose somewhere a little bit safer.
Of course, now we see the players here from Fanatic also. They're just making their way through, just exploring the region a little bit, just trying to see if they can find any players in the vicinity. And this, again, also for them is nothing out of the ordinary. But now we see the players here from iKURD just holding up in the compounds just opposite from those Georgia ball crates. So already an interesting positioning coming in there from them, and that could be an advantageous position, but we only see one player from iKURD there. We don't know where the rest of the squad is though, so I'm looking to see where they are and how they're going to try and potentially capitalize on that positioning. As we can see, it is end zone, but also then the players here from Fate, they're making their way just in and around that hospital region, just trying to see if they can maybe find an angle. It is on the edge of the zone. So not the most aggressive position for them to take, occupation of, but we see several teams rotating past them. So it could maybe be a spot that pays off for them.
Yeah, maybe they're just taking it a little bit slow. I mean, it's the first game inside the Super Weekend. They don't want to go ahead and make some huge rotation in the center of everybody, so they're just going to chill out by hospital, at least for now, at least until the second zone shows itself, because as of right now, Phase 1 is so big up on this northern side that second zone could potentially go anywhere. And I mean, while there is a slight disadvantage starting off super far away, especially in the edge where hospital is compared to where Phase 1 is, they could potentially go on ahead and make that a little bit of a later rotation for Phase 2, come in potentially in some fights, or just overall not getting into an early fight. I think that's definitely the goal for them right now.
interesting position that we saw with the teams on that map. But of course, now the players here from RICO Infinity still fairly close over towards Ruins, slowly but surely making their way in the direction of the zone. And we see that idea kind of being a general decision across the board for most of these teams. A lot of teams pushing up further and further into especially this, into this mountainous region on the side here of Georgia Ball Crate. So it's going to be interesting to see just who we'll have moving up on towards Everest, as of course the players here from RICO Infinity are getting pretty close towards YaLLa and the other teams we have just up ahead.
Luckily, it does look like they're going to be able to stop up and start scoping on in. It looks like they are scouting, spotting out iKURD actually holding the compound from the bridge. So they will have to be a little bit cautious if they decide to choose that. Maybe we'll see them going for a little bit of a different rotation now that they've realized that they'll have company if they go this way. Especially, Rowan actually jumping right on out where they were scoping in on that car. It looks like maybe they're not 100% looking at that direction. Ragnar seems like he went on ahead and took a shot off, but RICO Infinity team no longer going in that direction. They're probably going for a more around spot. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to go on ahead and go around or just stay a little bit patient for now inside all these bowls.
But I'm definitely going to be interested to see what iKURD is going to be doing, right? So currently, iKURD is sitting in 10th place overall on the standings, right? So they want to be smart with their rotations. So they don't want to get caught out too early. They don't want to get sent back into the lobby just yet. They want to try and make it up into those later phases. As you can see, of course, so many teams still rotating all the way down from the south as that zone now once again shifts even further up in towards the north. Now we're starting to run out of a little bit of playable area as we got such a big section of that zone already being in the water. That looks to be about like a third of the zone is just water, unplayable area where the teams can't really go into. They can of course use the boats and just hide out in the water, but if they want those points, they need to be on the mainland. And now is where we see it starting to get really congested as all these teams are trying to find a decent position to move on into. And of course, one of those teams being the players here from the Fanatic Zombies as they now take up position just on the edge of that bridge. iKURD slowly starting to rotate out, but now RTG also just up ahead of them. So many teams rotating up in the same direction. And I'm curious to see when these fights are going to start breaking out, as YaLLa and Snipers are also now getting pretty close together.
Looks like the first shots are out. So far, not getting a knock on anybody, but I'm not surprised, actually, that there's so many teams on the southern side. I mean, since the plane was over so far to the west, so many teams ended up dropping far to the south that they all have to come in at the same time. And honestly, that waterway with only a few bridges, it just makes like a huge traffic buildup, I guess you could say. I mean, so many teams trying to come in, but of course, planes right by shooting range YaLLa Esports are currently in a fight with snipers. They want to protect this spot to the best of their abilities, and snipers are slowly encroaching on their territory, already tossing out a ton of util, none of them which have caught just yet, but already getting a down onto Yamas. They have the advantage, and it looks like Amir Soker might be making some sort of rotation to capitalize off of it.
But I'm really liking this play coming in from Snipers. A little bit on the aggressive side, you know. There's nothing wrong with the aggression, and it's a good change up for them. Really forcing the hand of YaLLa. They now need to think of how are we going to best try and take this fight. Are we going to try and disengage and rotate away, or are we going to stay and take up the side here of the Snipers? As the Snipers are also now slowly starting to disengage, just finding a little bit of damage. Just putting those warning shots in before rotating away. But now YaLLa, Bandar holding this front line, patiently waiting to see what the players there from Snipers are doing. But of course, Marco, he's also just moving up. And you can see they're trying to make that decision. They're trying to decide whether or not they should get aggressive onto the side of YaLLa, or whether they should maybe try and disengage and rotate into a little bit of a stronger position.
Seems like maybe they're also just moving vehicles a little bit safer position, but also providing some cover inside that long trail that, you know, the gouge from the plane crash. Just providing themselves a little bit more, because on the side where YaLLa is, that's honestly, obviously better in terms of cover. They have the plane and all of the crates and such to provide them some sort of cover, while snipers, they kind of have to create their own with their own vehicles. So the two teams can go on ahead and stay here, but it's definitely not ideal. So YaLLa with the better position, I mean, they could go on ahead and be aggressive onto snipers, but they might as well just wait to see if they come towards them so that they have the advantage for the terrain.
Of course, now we see the players here from NASR in a little bit of a pursuit there. The players there from Real Tiger 9 now just rotating up. But what was interesting for me about Snipers is this is also their first Super Weekend. Their first time here. So they also, again, don't want to get overly aggressive and get sent back too early. They want to try and find as many points as they can and find those positioning as the zone now once again has moved further up in towards the north. This time adding a little bit of a western swing into it. So you can already see those rotations starting to come on in as the players here from Real Tiger 9 start rotating up. We see SUDOR also now starting to rotate up. So definitely a few interesting plays that are imminent now as all these teams are getting so close together. 16 teams, all 16 teams still alive, moving into this third phase. We're close to that fourth phase, and this is going to be an absolutely chaotic zone. Just look at where these teams are positioned. And of course now SUDOR already starting to take aim, finding a few shots in, but now the Zombies also finding those hits into the side of Real Tiger 9. Down they go. A quick easy point there for them, but of course it is only going to get tougher from this point forward.
Hopefully the rest of the Zombies will be able to go and meet up with the rest of their teammates. But as you can see, they're kind of being held out by an entirely different team. SUDOR Esports currently in a fight with two of the Zombies members. The other two Zombies members in a fight with Real Tiger 9. This is not a 2-2 split you want to go ahead and take, because this zone, there's 16 teams still alive. Not that many teams are going to make it into this next one. And of course, that also means that crashes are going to happen. There's not too much spots to be able to go and take. So RTG, snipers crashing on them. So far, it looks like RTG are the ones that have some people knocked, so this could come with a big push from snipers to go on ahead and get this position for themselves. Oh, but it looks like another one is going to go down for RTG, and that means a big push in from them inside the building. Another one getting caught out. There's just one more on the second floor.
Oh, this is a really tough play for the snipers. They need those points. This is their first Super Weekend, but of course RTG, what? Coming in so aggressively, Flame knocking out El Chapo in an absolutely beautiful nade, actually causing quite a bit of damage. And if only we see snipers now rushing in, capitalizing on that play, that would be absolutely phenomenal, as Marco could be the one to bring in those points for his team. He is the only one, but now Galaxy Racer also their first Super Weekend. They coming in with a nice third party on this angle, sending those utilities up, sending those nades, but of course just keeping their distance, assessing the position before sending in too aggressively. But now RTG responding with a few nades of their very own, trying to smoke things up, just trying to keep the players from Galaxy to gain entry into this compound. But this is kind of a saving grace for the time being for Marco, as he is able to stay pretty safe up on the top, on that top floor, just trying to recover a little bit of health, waiting to see how the fight will of course then unfold just outside. As you can see, here we go. Oh, down goes the snipers, but RTG and Galaxy Racer now starting that fight. Quite a few hits coming in from the side there of Galaxy Racer, and they get a clean squad wipe on the side of RTG. Absolutely phenomenal push coming in from Galaxy Racer, but now it is not over just yet. We jump into the site, and the players from Alpha Legends exchanging a few utilities up in the north. A few shots now still flying back and forth. As you can see, Chaos just quickly popping up, finding that shot into Abu, but now there's only one or two more remaining players left for the sites team. Alpha in a fairly decent position. They are still able to get, to tend to their wounded players, get those numbers back up. As you can see, of course, the full squad for Alpha Legends still alive. And so far, we've seen a really strong performance coming in from them on the Super Weekend, finishing up in 4th place after the first one. So far, strong start. Now, will they be able to push on through and wrap it up on the players here from sites? As you can see, sites now back to 3 players.
Looks like it might be a little bit of a reset time for them. Both the teams kind of backing up from each other on these edges so far, getting the heals through, but Alpha Legends kind of creeping a little bit closer, while sites still going on ahead and chucking even more util in their direction. If they don't clean this up very quickly, we can see that so many other teams might be coming in their direction very shortly. Already a team directly down to their southern side. It looks like sites is going to go on ahead and back up as well. So definitely a hard position for both of these teams being on the edge here. Also has to be super careful not to go on ahead and fall down, because if they do, there's no way for them to go on ahead and get up unless they swim very, very far over to eastern side. Oh, and it looks like they kind of ran out of some util, so they're even going to start chucking pans at each other in this situation. What a strategy.
I mean, if not, why not? If you got a pen, you might as well just throw it, see if it hits anything on the way in. But this is going to be an interesting engagement, especially between Alpha and the players there from SCYTES. I mean, both these teams, they have played in Super Weekends before. Now, this is nothing new to them. They're right here in the mix. But the SCYTES taking a little bit more of a passive approach, trying to hold on to this phase as long as they can. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to overexpose themselves. But now, as we jump on over towards the players here from HOTLINE, you can see we got the team from YaLLa just up ahead of them. So it's going to be a tricky rotation for them to find that angle in towards the zone, as there are so many teams lined up on the edge and also just a little bit further in towards the zone. As you can see, we've got Fate not too far away. We've got RICO Infinity up ahead of them. We've got the players there from Alpha also adding that extra level of complexity to it. But now HOTLINE trying to find those hits in towards Powerful. As you can see, YaLLa just up ahead, head after head, finding its way on through, but nothing too serious just yet. But here we go now. Omar rushing straight into the fight, showing the rest of the team, listen, this is the kind of aggression we need to apply to the side of YaLLa. But of course, those utilities now still flying in. They're trying to find those heads in towards YaLLa, but YaLLa just finding themselves behind some beautiful hard cover, managing to evade the damage for the time being and making it so difficult for the players here from HOTLINE actually to find those entry points and find those hit markers into the side of them. But Powerful just sending up a beautiful grenade there, finding the head in towards Mole 2. Now, this is where are pretty hairy, pretty tough. YaLLa, HOTLINE, they're getting forced, they're getting pushed forward as that zone moves on in. Ida steps up by them. Molto still holding up there for the side of HOTLINE, but this is a really hairy fight for them, and that zone out is moving away, so now they need to try and get on in. But here we go. Teams starting to drop left, right, and center as well. That is kind of expected looking at how insane the zone is.
I actually really like that their strategy trying to get inside this zone, but Alpha Legends looks like they kind of disengaged away from the fight that they were taking, now trying to get involved from afar as well, from that northern side. They spotted out some of the members from YaLLa HOTLINE trying to put some shots towards them, but I honestly really like the strategy that HOTLINE was using to get where they are now. They're tossing a bunch of smokes, driving closer, trying to go on ahead and crash into them. Unfortunately, there's only one left, and I think those last few sprays coming in from the people on the north means that HOTLINE Esports are actually going to be eliminated, so probably helping out YaLLa a lot in that situation. Another team, RICO Infinity team, also going to go on ahead and find themselves eliminated. That means we have 10 still alive, the zone even smaller and still pulling up towards this edge on this northern side. Everybody's going to have to figure out a way to get onto the coast.
Man, this is going to be such a tough one. And of course, now Fate right there on that western side, trying to keep up this front line, trying to find the shots, blowing up the vehicle just to provide that extra layer of cover. But now you can see the team there from Alpha and YaLLa trying to move on in, but a beautiful grenade getting sent straight into the side there of Fate, as that one was exactly on point. We see Ragnarok, of course, getting knocked out in the process there. Oh, in fact, I think he blew himself up.
He's cooking a nade, yeah. He was cooking a nade already when he got knocked, so...
That is unfortunate, but now, I mean, things are really looking tough all across the zone. You can see the south lighting up there with the players from Galaxy Racer, but Alpha not backing down just yet. They are still trying their hand to the side there of YaLLa. They're trying to get those shots in. We got Yamaz now, the last remaining player for YaLLa, caught in a fairly tough spot. Not a lot of cover to really make much use of, but Alpha starting to spread themselves out, starting to close the gap, applying that pressure once again. They are relentless in their efforts. They want to find it, and of course, I mean, they find that beautiful grenade into the side of YaLLa. So 6 teams now remain to fight it out up in this northern position, and Fate, they have one of their players being knocked out, so it's going to be fairly tricky as they are now only sitting on a 3-man team, and quite a bit of a challenge for them to secure a good angle in the zone.
You can see the entire center of the zone is completely empty, and that's just because of the terrain. All of this is super out in the open that teams need to go on ahead and get towards the edge of the zone to provide themselves some sort of cover. You know, nobody's going to come into the back of you and take shots, so that's their current safe side while they look elsewhere inside the zone. And once again, zone popping actually pulls towards that spot that's majorly empty. That means a lot of these teams are going to have to finish up their fights up on the edge here, one of them being Alpha Legends into the side of Fate. You can see already one of them getting heading down, trying to go for the res immediately. Now Alpha Legends already creeping forward. They need to go ahead, sweep this edge if they're going to hope to get into this next zone safely. So here we go, a bunch of util. Looks like there's only potentially, is there only one member left coming in for Fate? Even more nades continuing to come on in, and I think they're so far away from anybody else inside this zone that Alpha Legends are just going to be able to go on ahead and do this to Fate.
Oh, I mean, if you can see, that is now, Lath just getting raised up, but getting knocked right back down as Alpha just finds that vulnerability in the side of them. But of course, now Reef once again attempting that nade, but up comes the util, gets the confirm in towards Lath. Alpha now trying to push on up, trying to seal the deal, trying to claim the Fate. Will they be able to get it done? Oh, it is a beautiful retaliation on the side here of Reef, but of course, Alpha, they have the numbers advantage. 3 players up against 1. Out comes the molly. Oh, just landing on top of Reef. Down he goes. Beautiful execution there by Alpha, but of course now they need to focus on getting back in towards the zone. As you can see, it is looking pretty tough, pretty tight. GUNZ, Galaxy Racer, NASR. Oh, they all just spread out, the players there from SCYTES, of course, up in the north. But Galaxy Racer now just trying to secure the southern position. They're trying to smoke it up as much as they can, as they actually have a fairly strong angle in the zone. Also still sitting on all 4 players, and now the players there from GUNZ, as you can see, feeling that pressure come in as NASR Nabu starts to push on in. Then one man knocked for the moment. GUNZ only sitting on Rauf. That is the last remaining player for them. And of course, Galaxy Racer just hanging around, just waiting to see how the zone is going to shift up next.
Yeah, it looks like GUNZ kind of just got squashed in that situation between Galaxy Racer and NASR, so just have to prone on out and try to be quiet for the rest of this time. Hopefully everybody else will start getting in their own altercation, so you'll just be able to chill out and get a little bit higher placement, potentially pop up right at that right moment to start really getting involved. Even the people all the way up on the northern side, I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to pull off. They've been able to play on these rocks this entire time, but definitely them and Galaxy Racer, some of the best spots, already spotting out Alpha directly beside them. You can see that they're actually getting some of those kills. GUNZ Esports will in fact be eliminated too, as they spot them out from the east. So they have one more solo off to their western side, and then otherwise the last 2 larger remaining teams up to their north and east. That's NASR and of course SCYTES.
I mean, Alpha being dealt a little bit of a tough hand there, trying to gain entry in towards the zone. As you can see, Chaos now just trying to move on up and down. He goes at the hand of Galaxy Racer. Quick, easy point there. But Galaxy Racer already sitting on 13 kills for this round. 11 knocks, 12 knocks now. I mean, so much damage coming in there on the side of Galaxy Racer. Absolutely phenomenal performance that we've got here for them today. And of course, then looking over towards the players here from NASR, still coming in. All 4 players still alive. So 2 full squads making it in. And of course, the players there from SCYTES still only sitting on 3 players. But they've held their own against these teams. They've managed to outlast and maybe potentially outmaneuver them. We'll find out, of course, in due time. But now, Galaxy, 13 kills. NASR, 8 kills. Absolutely insane figures for both these teams. A really, really strong showing in this first match. How they're going to try and play this final zone. Will we see SCYTES try and squeeze into that zone? Will they find that positioning? Or will we see NASR and Galaxy Racer just rip it up and put in those shots? Of course, NASR now trying to reposition themselves. Those shots already flying over towards Razura. As you can see there, Miracle getting that first knock in. And there we go. The players now from SCYTES turning the tables, putting a shot in towards Nabu. So NASR now on the difficult side there. They now need to try and squeeze on in, as Ghost is the only remaining player here for SCYTES. So he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders as there's so many more remaining players, and he now needs to play the best possible game that he can.
Yeah, he's currently kind of getting squashed as Galaxy Racer now coming in from the northern side. I mean, southern side, there we go, shooting up to the northern side, catching at least 1 knock onto NASR so far. So a little bit of, I mean, it had to have happened. The zone much too small for all these teams to go on ahead and actually stay here in this open land. Also, this is the last final fight. It looks like NASR Esports are actually going to be eliminated before SCYTES, and that last nade is going to go on ahead and secure the win for Galaxy Racer as well. That was an insane game for them.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer really coming in super, super aggressively in this first match. An absolutely phenomenal performance we had there from them. I mean, what a way to show yourself in your first Super Weekend performance with a performance like that. I mean, they went north of 13 kills in that game. That is That's just insane. I mean, absolutely phenomenal performance. In fact, they finished off on 18 kills. Wow.
I have a lot more to say about their performance, but we're going to go on ahead and touch on that and the leaderboard so far after a very short break. See y'all soon.
Hello and welcome back to the second Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Of course, this is day one, and we've seen an absolutely insane play coming in our first match on Erangel. The teams were just coming out of nowhere. But of course, before we get into the breakdown, we got to give a shout out to our sponsors, that of course being Nomo TV, the official media partner for PUBG Mobile Pro League, National Cup, as well as the Campus Championships in 2021. So Span, that match was just an absolutely insane showing coming in from the players of Galaxy Racer.
It really was, and taking a look at the stats that they went on ahead and grabbed, they were able to go on ahead and pick up 18 kill points, 15 placement points with that win, a total of 33 points. That's absolutely insane. And second is NASR Esports, 9 kill points, not even coming close with 19. Still a good showing for them, though. Alpha Legends in third with 17, SCYTES in fourth with 14, then GUNZ Esports, Fate Esports both being able to pick up 6 each. GUNZ Esports just being able to grab it from their placements. YaLLa Esports in seventh with 6 as well, and SUDOR Esports in 8th with 6. So a lot of these teams coming in with 6 points each there for 5 through 8th place so far. But just those top 4 teams, honestly, we're going to go on ahead and touch more on what they were able to go on and accomplish, honestly, with this game a bit later. But Galaxy Racer, their game was phenomenal, and I loved seeing what they were able to go on ahead and accomplish and choose to do coming into this game.
And that was absolutely, as you said, an absolute phenomenal performance on the side there of Galaxy Racer. So a really strong start there to them, and of course good to see them just coming out of nowhere. I mean, after the league play that we had in this week, they finished in 14th place overall. So bringing in a performance like that is absolutely insane, clutching out that chicken dinner and then some. But of course, now looking at our second page, we see the players there from iKURD Esports over in 9th place on a total of 5 points. We got RTG in 10th on 3 points. We got Zombies coming in 11th place on 2 total points. We got Real Tiger 9 in 12th with 1. And then of course, as we go down the list, everyone else also just coming in with pretty much 1 point across the board. But now looking at our total damage graph and kills, I mean, Galaxy Racer 2636 damage and such a strong conversion from that into 18 kills.
Yeah, they were able to get into a lot of fights, honestly, actively pick all of those up. And even NASR Esports, they were able to pick up a ton of damage as well, but unable to go on ahead and get just as many kills. And that might just be because of the location. I mean, they got in so many fights that so many other teams could go on ahead and watch that I think maybe some people are able to go on ahead and pick off the points for themselves. But let's go on ahead and take a look at the highlights as well coming from that game. And I hope to go on ahead and see the crash from Galaxy Racers once again inside of this little short video series. Because there were a lot of honestly super amazing spots coming into this. I mean, first of all, this was one of our earliest fights happening here when they went on ahead and tried to push up into planes. Even elsewhere, honestly, it was super hard to go on ahead and get into this first zone in general.
Especially with the zone shifting so far up in towards that north. Of course, we were expecting things to be absolutely chaotic, and a really strong performance that we saw coming in there from RTG as they descended down onto the side there of snipers. But of course, that third party coming in towards them, SUDOR also making their way on through. But this also for me was a really interesting position, seeing Alpha Legends and the players there from the sites taking those early few positions, but then not really moving out of that until much later in the phase. But now, of course, YaLLa, Ida stepping in with a few heads. Also, the players here from HOTLINE just getting caught right on the edge of that zone, having a bit of a challenging time, a challenging play to find a good, decent angle. But I mean, Alpha Captain, just some insane shooting coming in there as well.
I'd also like to go on ahead and touch a little bit more on what Galaxy Racers went on ahead and did as the rest of this goes on ahead and goes by. I mean, first of all, actually, this later on, all of this, all the fighting that ended up getting on top of each other is... oh, wait, here we go. Back to what I want to talk about. Galaxy Racer crashing into this that early on and taking all these fights. It looks like they ended up being crashed on later by Real Tiger 9. They were able to survive it, but the reason why they went ahead and crashed that compound while that third party was happening is when they crashed it, that was when that compound was very center zone. And as we know, up on this northern side, there's nothing else really in terms of hard cover. So they knew, knowing to go on ahead and crash into that, that was going to go on ahead and actually provide them a space to continue to play out of for the next few phases. So that crash was super, super intelligent coming through from them. They got themselves a great location. Let's also go on ahead and take a look at some player stats.
All right, so here we go. I mean, the insane play coming there from M. As we saw that finishing blow coming in with that nade, Miracle coming in with really strong kill points, and then of course we had Ultra there as well. Quite an aggressive start to this match. I mean, yes, Galaxy Racer, they pulled out an 18 kill game. All right, that was completely unexpected, I have to say, if I'm honest. That was, if you ask me how do I think this one is going to go, that is definitely not what I would have said. But it's fantastic to see teams coming in that, you know, they just played in the league in the league days just to try and get those points, but of course then coming in with that absolutely insane comeback into this first super weekend. As you can see, just look at that, the amount of damage they've done, the amount of health they've recovered, the knocks as well as the kills. 30, well, that is 33 points then in total, sorry, with 18 kills alongside. I mean, that's insane stats for the first match. That is like, you know, running in and just trying to scare off the competition.
You know, they knew that they had to go on ahead and just increase their amount of points because we already went on ahead and said they need to go on ahead and catch up and actually get further than everybody else who played in the Super Weekend. So already starting out with as many points as they did. We'll take a look at where they are in the overall standings with everybody in just a second, but it's a huge jump for them to be able to go on ahead and get from there to now. And also another team that ended up being able to do really well this past game, our first game of today, was NASR Esports as well. So let's take a look at their stats as well. Nabo, Miracle, both of them were actually on that top player leaderboard that we went ahead and looked at briefly. So there are the stats again, also including their other two members. They're able to go on ahead and do a lot coming into this first game.
Yeah, and it's good to see, you know, the players from NASR just showing up once again. You know, we did see a really strong performance coming in from them, especially in that first week, and now having that continuation coming into the second week. So things are really looking hopeful for a lot of these teams, but especially for the side of Galaxy Racer. You know, we didn't have such a strong, well, in fact, they didn't even play in the first Super Weekend, so starting off their first feature in the Super Weekend like this, I'm expecting great things to come in the following matches, but of course, we're going to be waiting to see whether or not that is going to be the case. Whether or not they'll be able to keep that momentum going, because next up we're going to be heading in towards Miramar. So a little bit of a change up, so you can't necessarily apply the same strategies that you were to apply on Erangel to the Miramar map. So definitely something to look forward to see just how these teams are going to play on that. So based on what we've seen now, what are your expectations or your breakdown for the Miramar map?
I mean, this, first of all, Super Weekend games are just straight up different compared to the weekday games, right? I mean, there's a more on the line in terms of getting those points, but also just getting the chicken as well because of the bonus to getting that. So just knowing that, I mean, maybe the league play wasn't up to their best in terms of their play style, but coming in for the basically the most chickens, you know, they want to go on ahead and win that chicken. It's a different style of gameplay. So I mean, already showing it on Erangel, crashing that central location that went on ahead and gave them really early good start. If they continue to do stuff like that, putting themselves crashing center, knowing it's going to go on ahead and keep them up and safe into the later zones, we could see them continue to do well in these later games. So if they're able to go on ahead and do that on Miramar, if somehow there's a good spot in Miramar in the center zone, I don't know, a lot of it ends up going really out in the open, they could continue to grab those points. But yeah, Miramar might not have the hard cover potentially that they're looking for, but at least there's a lot of ridges and stuff, I mean, on Miramar. So that's really where the difference is going to go on ahead and come into play. I don't think that there's going to be able to have as much hard cover play coming to Miramar, but it's still going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to accomplish.
Okay, then of course we got to talk about Fate. All right, Fate being one of the other teams that we also now saw for the first time in the Super Weekend. All right, so Fate managed to finish off in 6th place after this match. Right, 2 kills, you know, 6th placement in that. Not the most insane match from them, not the most insane playing. They did find themselves on some really strong angles. But of course, you know, just due to the amount of players we had in this particular match, just how that zone kept on shifting so aggressively though. I mean, do you think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different approach from Fate moving in towards Miramar?
I hope so. I mean, honestly, the position that they had in the late zone in our first game was just a difficult one in general. They had people pushing in from them towards blue, and then everybody else inside the zone shooting at them. So I think that was just like a special location case. Coming into Miramar, maybe they'll be able to go and grab a better location coming into the late, and we're going to actually go on ahead and jump on into Miramar now and see how that's going to start shaking out.
Oh, well, of course, here we go, looking at this flight path coming in from that eastern side. And, you know, Span, it is just one of those things. It is one of those things. The whole, you know, it is born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 5 series. And I am loving that southern flight path.
I am not. I mean, we might be able to go on ahead and see some early action coming out of this plane path, but that does in fact mean a lot of these guys not going to be able to go to their usual drop spots, jumping a lot closer to each other once again. I mean, they're able to go on ahead and do fine on Erangel with it being super far over to the west, but a little bit different on Miramar. I mean, this southern side, there's way less land, so hopefully they'll be able to go on ahead, grab vehicles, and spread out like they're capable. We we know that they're capable of doing, because otherwise they're going to be really close to each other. They're going to have neighbors. And if this zone goes somewhere crazy as well, we're going to start seeing a lot of interesting rotations coming through.
So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on the players from Galaxy Racer, Zombies, and then of course, the players from YaLLa, just to see what they're going to do in this match, how they're going to fare. And of course, we see that zone now shifting over towards the eastern side, almost up into the northeastern reaches. So definitely a little bit of a challenging zone shift that we have, seeing that the flight path came into the south. But that is of course what we're expecting to see. We're expecting these teams to be challenged. We want to see like the pressure, and so far it seems like that is exactly what we are having on Miramar. A few teams dropping fairly close together. As you can see, that eastern side looking slightly congested. We got the Fanatic Zombies there. We got SUDOR. We also have a NASR just rotating away. Now Mexico and Chills, they need to try and find a decent position to try and get their loot going before pushing up further in towards these phases. So just based on the positioning that we have from the teams, are you satisfied with where we see them at the moment?
I mean, hopefully we'll start seeing, people are going to continue to make these rotations coming on out, putting themselves in a better position with the position that they have on the leaderboard as well. I mean, I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to continue. That first game, a little bit of a warm-up now coming in with everybody else. We do have 4 quote-unquote new teams coming into this super weekend, so they kind of have to go ahead and adapt to that. And I'm not surprised to see a lot of teams actually directly beside each other as they're just trying to get further into this new zone. You can see here SUDOR Esports and Alpha directly beside each other. It looks like he kind of was attempting to drive closer to them for a second there, but decided to go ahead and turn back and continue on with their looting. So I think at this moment, this is going to be a lot more early rotations. I actually like that Alpha Legends are deciding to take this early rotation, get further up to the northern side away from everybody so they don't have neighbors early on in their looting phase. And that means that they're going to have this northern side of the first phase where they don't have to worry about anybody around them. So that's going to be a nice next rotation for them to grab a better spot later on.
Yeah, and of course, one of the teams that we see dropping down in a very comfortable position for themselves is the players here from Real Tiger 9. They've dropped down once again in towards Puerto. The flight path was allowing them to come in, but what was interesting is just how that kind of disrupted the drop locations for the other teams, because we don't normally see such a far southern flight path coming in. So a lot of teams are having to come in with a kind of a bit of a alternative spot to find a location and then rotate into where they feel a little bit more comfortable. But now looking over towards El Paso, we can see the players here from GUNZ just casually going about. This is, of course, their home turf. This is where they know how to play, and this is where they're most comfortable with looting up. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they're going to try and rotate out from the zone. As we know, the zone has shifted all the way over towards that eastern side. So definitely a few interesting rotations that I'm expecting to see here today.
Honestly, usually the difficult situation for teams are if they have to go to a different location to initially loot out of. So honestly, being able to go and reach your usual loot position, you should basically know how to go ahead and get into a new zone from anywhere from your usual spot. So them being able to go to Pozo usually, and now since the zone is so far over to the eastern side, they should already know how to go ahead and make a nice rotation into there. Everybody else that had to go on ahead got a little bit displaced going somewhere new, they're the ones that have to kind of figure it out a little bit more. It all comes down to, that mental, comfortability, I would say.
Well, so something that's definitely looking quite comfortable is the amount of scopes we have in the vicinity there. But of course, the players here from SCYTES, they've dropped all the way down in towards Val del Mar. Of course, not opting to really try and reach their usual looting grounds, which we normally see over towards San Martin, the more centralized kind of loot area for them. So now they've changed up in towards that far southwestern side. So again, we're going to be looking to see how they're going to try and rotate out of this one and where we could potentially see them moving into, as they are 1.7 to 1.4 kilometers from that zone. So it is quite a bit of a reach. But of course, it is still within reach for them to rotate in security. But now jumping over towards the players here from iKURD, we can see them, of course, over in it towards Chumacera. So again, they are not too close to their own comfort zone, but opting into a really decent looting location though.
Being able to identify, that this isn't a usual spot where other people are going to go ahead and go, be able to use it as their alt drop, definitely something nice coming out of. And honestly, them choosing a spot that is now on the very edge of the first phase is, winner. There with the vending machine. But yeah, being able to be on the little bit of an edge, they can go on ahead and probably like gain their composure. There's like, okay, we're on the edge here, we're going to let everybody else kind of get in, and then we can start figuring out our way on in. It could provide them a little bit more of a straight on way of how to approach getting into this new zone, letting everybody else get away from them first, so they don't have to worry about making a far early rotation, honestly, and they can just come on in and play edge.
But one of the other good drops that we see here as well is now the players from Fate, right? So they've dropped into one of their alt spots, which is of course over in towards Los Leones, right? So it was quite interesting to see that they didn't actually push in towards Chumacera, as we did see the players from iKURD over there. But now as we move up in towards San Martin, you can see the players from YaLLa again. They are pretty comfortable in this position. You know, we've seen them drop here time and time and time again. But strangely enough, we don't see any other teams really in the vicinity.
Nope, they had to go on ahead and make a big stretch for this, probably just opting to be one of the teams that grab vehicles and make a drive up. That means that their looting time could go on ahead and be peaceful. And also, honestly, since they decided to go on with that early rotation at the very, very beginning, they're a little bit further inside zone, so it should make them be able to go into this first phase after they end up looting a little bit late, a little bit ahead of everybody else, giving themselves a tiny bit more prio than everyone, as long as they're able to loot, obviously, a bit faster. Because everyone else, they were able to start their looting faster and probably start their first rotation faster. So it means they're going to have to kind of cut the looting time, potentially cut the rotation time to continue to actually gain off of their first rotation a little bit further inside zone.
So speaking about rotations, we see the players here from Galaxy Racer now just rotating up break. Here from Zombies now taking aim over towards them, waiting for those last few stragglers to find their way on in before starting that engagement. But Zombies at the moment pretty spread out. I mean, it could be an advantageous split for them, as there's quite a lot of terrain to really make use of. As you can see, Galaxy Racer, the vehicle not looking too fantastic, so it's going to be interesting to see, of course, exactly how that goes for them. But RICO Infinity now moving up onto the hillside here in San Martin. A strong split that we have, and of course now, as you can see where these teams are situated, I'm definitely waiting to see where this next zone shift is going to take us, where this next phase will be going, as we're starting to see a nice convergence of teams up in towards the northwestern side as well as down towards the south, and that zone continuing just to close in on itself, so centering up over so many teams. So this might be a very tough zone once again.
And it looks like no side is safe now. Everybody were so successful in spreading out in that first one that honestly the north and the south have an equal amount of people, I feel like, at this rate. So everybody kind of having to continue to be careful as they're making their way on in. There are a few teams still not inside zone. They're going to have to just come on in on edge and find somewhere safe to play. But it's going to be a little bit more difficult with how many people are able to go on ahead and spread out already coming into phase 2.
And I mean, just looking at the amount of teams that we still have, I mean, this is where positioning is going to be absolutely crucial for these teams. You know, as you mentioned, taking a position on the edge of zone, just playing that edge, waiting to see if anyone's going to try and venture in from outside of that zone. It will be quite an interesting angle for a lot of these players to try and take on up. But now YaLLa opening right into the players there from snipers, as they also try to squeeze on in, just trying to disengage from the cigar that we see them in here. But I mean, again, YaLLa now, they want to try and make a bit of a comeback. You know, we are hoping to see that strong performance from YaLLa really coming in to fruition on this Miramar map.
They interestingly tried to go for like a northern rotation out of San Martin, and that's when they ended up running into snipers. I wonder if they were trying to get somewhere much further, but running into a team, they realized, oh, this side isn't safe anymore. Let's not go this way. Let's hold this spot. Or maybe running to them as well. They're just like, oh, maybe we could take this as an opportunity to grab some early kill points. But that instantly went on ahead and put on pause since they were able to get safely inside of the compound. Meanwhile, this compound is not safe. Galaxy Racer once again finding finding themselves in a compound fight, but this time with Zombies Esports now. They're in this field compound with a huge warehouse, and whoever grabs this honestly could be set up very nicely for some of the rest of these zone shifts, so this is going to be a really vital fight coming through.
Yeah, definitely could be quite a vital fight, as we did see a really strong performance coming in from GALAXY Racer in the previous match. So looking to see that continuation, that momentum being brought on through, as we have the players from Zombies now just waiting on the side. Humam cooking up that nade, sending it across. Zombies already being a man down, so that could affect their strategies coming into this engagement here with GALAXY Racer, because we see GALAXY Racer still sitting on a full squad. The number being a really fairly decent spread. As you can see, everyone taking up their angles, trying to cover as much of it as they can. But this is now where we wait to see exactly how GALAXY Racer are going to handle themselves in the situation. I mean, Zombies continuing to apply the pressure, just sending in the nades, sending in the smokes, just trying to cause a little bit of confusion, as now we see Saleh now starting to push on up, coming in right towards that northern angle of them. And of course, Oasis now just sending up a util into the smoke, just trying to see if anyone's there. But down goes Ultron, as Humam just gets a beautiful angle on towards him. But of course, now from last week, will he be able to show us that MVP play once again? There we go.
Wow.
Finds the first head in towards the GALAXY Racers. Oh, Max now on the opposite end gets taken down by Break. And of course, right in that exchange, Zombies sends the whole GALAXY Racer team back into the lobby. What a tough Miramar game for them.
Honestly, Zombies, they're so insane when it comes to team fighting fights in general, that them being able to go on ahead and wipe up GALAXY Racers in that situation, I won't say I'm surprised about. I love the use of their util, being able to cut off sightline so they could come a little bit closer. They wanted to go on ahead and be aggressive. Being able to grab that first knock coming in from Humam as well gave them the ability. It was down to a 3v3 at that situation. They knew that they had a little bit more of a better chance on that, all just pushing aggressively, being able to win those fights. That was insane coming out from them. So now they are able to go on ahead and grab that really good position inside of this next zone. That's absolutely huge for them.
A nice show of confidence there, but of course now YaLLa just holding up to the south of the players here from HOTLINE. So once again, if they start this engagement, YaLLa and HOTLINE, this could be a really interesting one as well. Just looking at how these teams have performed in the past games. But now as we move our way on through, we see the players here from RTG. They've got a little bit of company in the vicinity here. We've got the players from SCYTES, as well as, of course, the players there from RICO Infinity. So RICO Infinity now holding up on that western side of the zone. The SCYTES now trying to find an entry point, and they've already sent 3 players up ahead to set up that anchor point. But now Abu now getting caught on the wrong side of that fight. A nice little bit of a point there coming in for RICO Infinity. So this is the kind of play that makes a team feel good. You know, they're able to come in, find a quick knock, and then continue onwards from there. Find the knock, find the confirm on that. But now we see a few more coming in, as we now also yet again jump back over towards the players here from HOTLINE and Alpha over in towards that Minas del Sul area.
Yeah, it looks like all these teams are in fact deciding to play some of these edges, grabbing the compounds that are just inside to wait for the next zone to go on ahead and pop. And as we can see here, there's actually a few teams inside of Minas as well, so HOTLINE Esports and Alpha Legends might get in a little bit of an altercation a little bit later on, unless they can somehow make some sort of a rotation away from each other. But these are currently 2 teams directly beside each other, and I actually like that we got to see a little bit of scouting coming into play. We don't always catch the scouting, I will say. A lot of these teams, before they go on ahead and crash something, they do the scouting first, and then they start making the move. So being able to catch that there, they can see the Bandita Hill is at least clear for now. And that might be the next place they decide to go, since it's obviously they're an edge now. Bandita is a little bit closer to center.
Oh, yeah, and of course in the scouting, a lot of crouching involved, as well as we now see the players here from YaLLa just trying to make a bit of a rotation. But this is looking pretty spicy, as we got the players from RICO Infinity, Ragnar stepping up, finding the shots in it to the side there of YaLLa. As you can see, Ida and Bandar both already knocked on out. Powerful now having a few shots come his way, and of course now everything up to Yamaz. YaLLa's now getting caught in a really difficult angle there as, well, RICO Infinity and the players there from RTG just seem so aggressive, just finding themselves in really good positions. I'm actually waiting to see a fight break out between these two teams as YaLLa now is getting a bit stuck on the wrong side of the sandwich. Oh, look at Prestige though. Flame finding a beautiful head in towards him. Now this is going to be interesting to see just how aggressive these two teams, RTG and RICO Infinity, are going to get. But of course, YaLLa getting caught in right between that fight. YaLLa is now super low on health. We see Ragnar now just trying to push on up, trying to secure that angle. But of course, on that, Senke finds the head in towards YaLLa's.
Nice.
And off goes the team from YaLLa. Man, that is a really unfortunate turn of events there for YaLLa though.
That definitely was. And oh, okay, the fight that we were expecting to come on out over here inside Minas, Alpha Legends versus Snipers. Actually, is this... Yeah, wait. Is this a different team? No, I don't think it is. Yep, it looks like the Minas fight is, of course, happening. Blue Zone now coming on in as the zone shifted away from them. Alpha Legends, unfortunately, weren't able to go on ahead and leave quite fast enough, but luckily are able to keep all of their members up. They got a knock onto one of the Snipers, and I think that means the Snipers can't get that res, so they're going to be able to pick up a point as they're trying to disengage away from this as well. Here we go, up onto Bandita Hill. They have to be a little bit careful, because as we can see, some members of HOTLINE Esports actually ended up going on ahead and grabbing some of that for themselves, so might be a little bit dangerous for Alpha continuing. And also we can see Snipers just trying to drive through the field as of right now, going into territory that they were unable to entirely scout out.
Well, so just looking so tough. But of course now the players here from HOTLINE right on the edge of that crater, trying to take this fight with Alpha, trying to push back, potentially getting those knocks going, and of course, finding in those additional points. But beautiful play coming in from Alpha. SCYTES gets the shot in towards Omar. Molto goes down as well. Wow, Alpha really stepping this one up, coming out of nowhere. But of course, we got NASR just hanging around. But here we go, Mana now stepping up. Will they be able to get this play done? Side of HOTLINE, and of course, Alpha sitting on captain. That is their last remaining hopeful. HOTLINE really turning up that aggression, coming in, finding themselves once again in a really strong position. But of course, now we wait to see how Captain is going to be able to handle himself as HOTLINE keeps pushing forward. They've now, of course, gone in for those reses, got their numbers back up again, and they really have quite the advantage over the players here from Alpha. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Captain will be able to make it. Of course, now continue onwards. We see that fight that we've been waiting for. RTG and RICO Infinity now getting stuck up in towards the north of the zone as we see RTG pushing up into the side of RICO Infinity. They find the shots and down they go. 8 kills already for RTG. So once again, a super aggressive showing here for them. But now they are not out of the woods just yet. We got the players from Fanatic Zombies. See Mexico and Bood just up ahead of them. Marshall now sending some of those utils in chills, keeping overwatch, keeping that angle, waiting to see if they can find those shots. And of course, the players there from SUDOR just to the north of them. Now, RTG growing through their spoils before rotating up into towards zone. They only have a few seconds remaining, but of course, getting caught out in the open. Those hits finding their way on through. Quite an interesting position, but now HOTLINE once again going at the fight. NASR up ahead of them, and this is quite the challenging angle, especially for NASR as they are down in that bowl.
It's going to be difficult for a lot of these guys actually to make a rotation into that new zone that went on ahead and popped and revealed itself. It went actually over to the western side, kind of centering on up. The majority of these teams are not where that location is, completely in the center of a field. So it looks like a lot of these guys are going to have to wrap up some of this fighting on the edges to find themselves any kind of a location to grab. And that's going to first start off with Real Tiger 9 versus NASR, starting up on Bandita Hill, and then potentially another team. Actually, you could see SUDOR Esports taking those compounds just inside as well. So it looks like the fight coming through from Zombies definitely working out so far, as they're still the only team now at the center compound zone. So very nicely done from them from earlier on. Meanwhile, we just saw HOTLINE Esports be taken out as NASR, they're trying to start wiping everybody around them, and instantly starts getting punished from other teams taking shots towards them as well.
I mean, this is such a challenging zone. 10 teams remaining. The players here from Real Tiger 9. And of course, now on this eastern side of zone, we got NASR still trying to find their entry point. But now RTG applying that pressure into the side of the Fanatic Zombies. Nade after nade sending its way on through. And here they go. But the players from SUDOR also contributing to the chaos there. Sending in a few hits of their own. And this could be a beautiful third party. But of course, the players there from Fanatic Zombies really feeling the pressure as Mexico gets knocked on out. It is now up to Boyka and Abood as the players here from RTG move on in. Fortunately, they are in the shack, but for how long will they be able to survive? Boyka now getting knocked on out. This could be the final play, and indeed it is. RTG claiming a few more points, catapulting themselves up to 12 kills so far. But now SUDOR capitalizing on that third party coming in. Fortunately for RTG, they have the shack to hide behind just for the time being. But of course, once that smoke starts dissipating, that's when things start heating up once again. But looking at just a little bit further in towards the zone, this, especially this eastern side, is absolutely still just jam-packed with players. A lot of edge fighting now coming in, as we can see also with the players from GUNZ and iKURD down in towards that western side of the zone. But SUDOR holding this angle still very comfortably as Nabo now tries to push him up, but down he goes. Jigsaw claims him. Down he goes back into the lobby. But now, of course, the teams still need to try and push on up that zone yet again. About to move on up as we head on over towards our 6th phase. Fate down to only 2. Lathe and a Ragnarok. A really tough position, almost in zone. RTG now getting caught out in the open as they try to push back up in towards the zone, trying to rotate further down towards the south. But SUDOR also facing a very similar challenge as they need to try and get up the hill to get into that zone. But right up ahead, we have Zombies position smack dab center zone. So this could be the play for Zombies as we see a nice plateau up on top, and it's going to be a really tough one to find a good angle on.
Fate Esports, they're actually super spread out for a while there, and Lathe, he ended up leaving because he was on that northern side with the team coming up on top of him. So he tried to rotate towards his teammate, and obviously that resulted in one of them going down after being hurt with the vehicle for a little bit. A bunch of nades nicely placed, being able to take him down means Ragnarok is the last one, and the rest of these teams, as you can see, it's starting to toss a bunch of smoke or trying to smoke line in. I wonder if any of these teams are even going to be able to make it to Zombies at this point, because I feel like that could potentially be their only way to survive coming into this next zone. Zombies completely control the very center of this zone. Everybody else, they're going to be taking each other out in this situation. iKURD, they've been in a little bit of a fight with GUNZ over here on this side for a while now, and we can see the trades going back and forth in the direction for GUNZ Esports. So iKURD are going to be taken out, and here we go. These are the crashes that need to start happening onto Zombies for anybody else to have a chance. It looks like 2 of them are going to be crashing at the same time, both SUDOR and RTG onto Zombies as of right now. So Zombies now have to try and protect 2 sides of their compound as 2 other teams start crashing.
Man, this stone is just hitting up break, sending that nade straight into the side there of track 2 for SUDOR. But of course, now safe right there alongside him, quickly managing to get out of harm's way. But Zombies holding on to this compound for dear life as strong as they can. Up comes the shots, and of course, SUDOR comes rushing straight into the side there of Human as those hits come on in, come on down. 4 teams remain. We've got SUDOR, we got the players there from RTG, we got the players coming in from GUNZ as well as Zombies, but RTG and Zombies both sitting on 10 and 12 kills apiece. Absolutely insane play there for both RTG and Zombies, but of course now SUDOR sitting on 6. They are just within the zone, patiently waiting to try and find that opening, trying to find that angle. But here we go. Just look at that. Some insane damage already being dealt, but it is not going to stop as Saleh now steps on in. He finds the shots in towards El Chopo. Down they go. So RTG down to only 2 players. SUDOR still sitting on 3 players. They can make a nice run off of this. GUNZ also sitting on 2 players positioned over towards that western side of the zone. It's going to be a really tricky entry for them. But of course, they're still going to try. As you can see, Hamadi now rotating just down to the south, trying to sneak his way up in towards the zone. Zombies, however, now being taken up to 11 kills as well. So we got 11 kills for Zombies, 12 kills for RTG. This is going to be an absolutely insane play, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not SUDOR or GUNZ will be able to hold their own against the performance we are seeing coming in here from Zombies and RTG.
For a little bit, I was concerned. Zombies are super spread out when two teams went out ahead and crashed on them, but two members of Zombies were focusing on one of the teams, and Slay was alone trying to deal with RTG all by himself. And honestly, if anyone was going to be able to do it, it would be Slay. So far was successful, able to take two of them out. That's why Marshall and Senke kind of both hunkering down inside of that one story. The rest of Zombies are continuing to actually play this quite carefully, which they honestly need to be, because they're so spread out now, completely surrounded, especially with now the presence of GUNZ over on their southwestern side. They can't go on ahead and do any drastic or tricky peaks of any kind, because if they do so, they're going to be completely punished down. We can see Sully, yep, a little bit of a Molotov almost catching him on fire. I think he's starting to realize the safety element coming in too. And there we go. Oh my goodness, such great teamwork, actually. Human protecting that side for Sully as RTG tried to push aggressively up onto his two-story building, but that means RTG is one left up and Sully is deciding to push.
Saleh really turning up that aggression once again. Oh, easy play for Saleh as he takes down Senke. RTG gets sent back into the lobby. Now it is up to SUDOR, GUNZ, and Zombies to battle it out for that chicken dinner. We, of course, now moving in with only one player remaining for the side there of GUNZ. SUDOR and Zombies, both teams still sitting very on 3 players apiece. Of course, now SUDOR, they are all the way over on the eastern of the zone. Not much distance between either of these teams. You can see Freak there from GUNZ just holding out as long as he possibly can. We know the zone is going to start closing in very, very shortly. And of course, GUNZ now need to try and figure out a way to make this final play, to find a good positioning in the zone. It is going to be absolutely brutal stuff to finish. But now, Saleh cooking up those nades, sending them over. A little bit of a trick there on the side of SUDOR, sending out a smoke grenade, making sure that they don't flinch for nothing just yet. But of course now, Saleh keeping that angle. He knows that there's someone up ahead of him. He can feel it. He can sense it. But now quickly rotating back as they now reposition back in towards the warehouse. Freaks now still trying to inch his way up. SUDOR keeping a very watchful eye. A lot of smoke in play. Can't really see much. But we can fortunately see the players moving about just up ahead of them. Now, Saleh keeping an angle. Oh, come on. It is going to be down to the wires. We see GUNZ now getting caught out in the open. Zombies finds the confirm in towards them. Of course, now sitting on 14 kills so far. SUDOR sitting on 7. Will we see them add a few more onto the list? This is going to be a pretty tough play. I mean, it is a 3v3. Zombies up against the side of SUDOR. I mean, both these teams making it this far in this match. And of course, we wait. Last team to get sent back into the lobby as we've got Track 2, Hidden, and of course SK-Ton now just holding that angle. Humam and Break just keeping that position. Saleh just patiently waiting right up in front for that moment to pounce. Out goes the pan once again, trying to find its way into some position or the other. But Saleh sending up the nade, just putting up a little bit of smoke just to bring that extra bit of confusion onto the side of SUDOR. Let's see now, will this be a beneficial move for the side of Zombies? SUDOR still looking fairly confident, fairly comfortable. But he's now still getting sent on back and forth. And here we go. We're going into what could be our final play. But of course, now that blue zone adding on to that as it moves on up. Zombie steps in, finds one head in towards SUDOR. Both teams still holding on to their hiding places, not willing to give it up just yet. But here we go. Zombies have figured out where SUDOR is. They've come striking in, bouncing in, finds the first shot in towards Track 2. Will they now find the rest? Down goes Hidden. It is up to SK-Ton, the last final player, and down he goes. What a play that was coming in from the Zombies. Wow.
Nice use of smoke to be able to go on ahead and push off of that. I mean, it's unfortunate that, honestly, they were stuck on that wall, those Zombies, able to go on ahead and push around it. There's really only one place to go on ahead and start spraying into the smoke from, and that was a great play coming from Thumb, just waiting until the exact moment that they needed to go on ahead and get those last few kills there and winning it for themselves.
Absolutely insane stuff, insane plays. But of course, we have to take a quick break. We'll see you guys back shortly afterwards, and then we'll get into the breakdown of this match. Hello and welcome back. We just came back from an absolutely insane performance on Miramar. We had the players there from Zombies clutching out the game on 17 kills. A really insane showing coming from the Zombie side, and that was crazy. But also, I mean, RTG, they finished off really strong in this match as well, finishing off on 12 kills, not getting up into the top 3, but either way, still a really tough showing from them.
Yeah, there was a lot of good plays coming through there, and I'm just still amazed, honestly. Zombies, they were able to keep all 3 of their members alive after that first initial fight in that compound and losing a member. They were able to keep all 3 up as 3 separate teams went ahead and crashed on them. And Soleil, I mean, just the amazing teamwork that we were able to actually capture while watching that. I mean, right, they're also spread out within the entire compound, but because of that, they're able to take all of those fights pretty evenly. And even Soleil pushing super aggressively into some of those situations, just getting rid of one of the threats. Like, all of that teamwork and all of that aggression ended up putting themselves in a really good position so that they only had to deal with one person on one side of them for the rest of that game. Like, that could have went a bunch of different ways. Them losing one member to multiple different teams in that situation, but they were able to actually stay alive under that pressure and do something about it.
I mean, it was definitely interesting to see, but of course, we got to hop into the match stats just to see exactly where the teams found themselves after this match. And you can see Zombies coming in pole position, 17 kills, 32 points, absolutely insane. RTG also finishing off really strongly there on their 12 kills they brought in, bringing them all the way up in towards 2nd place. SUDOR Esports finishing in 3rd place on 19 points. GUNZ coming in 4th place with 14 points. We had iKURD Esports in 5th with 10 points. And then, of course, in 6th, 7th, and 8th place, we've got the players there from Fate Esports, Real Tiger 9, and NASR Esports. All 3 of those teams, of course, are sitting on 5 points apiece. But the differentiating thing there being the kills. I mean, NASR finishing off still with a strong performance of 4 kills.
And then on the other side of the board in 9th is HOTLINE Esports with 4 total points. Alpha Legends being able to pick up 3. RICO Infinity Team with 2. 1 each for SCYTES and Fanatic Zombies. And then Snipers in 14th. YaLLa Esports in 15th. And Galaxy Racer coming in on 16th place. I would like to go on ahead and point out that Galaxy Racer and our winners of this match, actually Zombies, they were the ones that really got into the first big fight. And I mean, also just take a look at that damage really quickly as well. Zombies being able to do 2854 total damage and 17 kills. That's just absolutely insane for them to be able to go and grab from that center zone position. RTG, on the other hand, they were in a lot more active fights, a lot of edge fighting. So they were able to convert, I mean, less damage because they were really just into a bunch of definite fights. Are able to pick them up. 12 kills as well. But back to the thing that I was saying, that the first big fight that was honestly kind of pivotal if you think about it, the fight between Galaxy Racers and Zombies Esports, they fought for that final zone compound at the very beginning, and Zombies, they ended up being able to come out on top of it. Very well done from them and succeed the rest of the game. Like, what if Galaxy Racers were going on ahead and succeeding in that fight? They would have been the ones that were being crashed on. They could have been the ones that went on ahead and won that. And it's a cool thing to think about, but Zombies Esports, of course, were the ones that were able to come out on top. Let's take a look at those highlights.
Oh, I mean, just some of those early fights that we had. I mean, you can just see RICO Infinity starting off fairly strongly. RTG, YaLLa actually, having a bit of a tough run here as the match didn't really go as they'd hoped. Also being one of those early teams getting sent on back. And of course, then we saw that lovely fight coming in between RICO Infinity and RTG. A nice way to get this match just going. But a lot of these fights that we had were in the very late stages of this game.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning there, everybody was able to successfully find a location to play. I mean, everything had so much territory that was playable for the majority of these teams that they were fine. And then in these next few phases, it pulled up into a location in the middle of a field where there was very less spaces that multiple teams could honestly go ahead and play out of. So it just became a game of holding and clearing the edge from all the teams trying to find a position inside zone. So everybody was able to stay alive at the beginning, but those hard shifts coming in later made a bunch of teams forced to run into each other.
I mean, Saleh just once again coming crazy clutch play. And I mean, it was just phenomenal to see Zombies at work once again. Even Saleh just stepping in, finding those hits. Just look at him go, finding one after the other. And of course, Break being the player there to seal that final shot, to seal the deal and claim that chicken dinner. But just looking at the stats here, you're going to see, of course, Saleh just being so aggressive with the damage. Break not too far behind on the 993, but 7 kills, 1 ahead of Saleh. Humam coming in on 4 and 613 damage, so 4 kills. And then, of course, we got RTG Flame there also just right up in that top performance, 766 damage and 5 kills. Absolutely phenomenal stuff coming in from especially RTG and the players from Zombies. And I mean, it is pretty evident they were able to bring in such a strong amount of kills in this last match. That is just, it's just wow. It's amazing stuff.
It really is. I mean, even from the really harsh position that RTG found themselves in, I mean, you already said it, they were able to go on ahead and chain fight through all of those next zone shifts, one team after the other, bringing them into the next zone, and they actually honestly had a chance. They found themselves in that center compound as well. They were able to fight their way there, and I mean, then they just had to go on ahead and face Zombies, which we already know are in a powerhouse when it comes to team fighting, but they were able to go on ahead and stay alive through all of that hardship. It was really impressive to watch them be able to go on ahead and do that, because there are multiple times, honestly, where you wouldn't think that they would be able to make it, especially with all 4 of their team members still alive.
But I mean, if you look at it as well, right? RTG and Zombies on Erangel, they finished in 15th and 14th place.
Yeah.
Right? So that they got taken out second and third. Now they turned that around completely, coming into Miramar. Just, I don't know, whatever they had in that break, it absolutely did wonders for them, because we saw such a strong performance coming in. So I'm excited to see how all of this translates into Sanhok, all right? Because we know Real Tiger 9, they pretty strong on Sanhok. So I'm curious to see how Real Tiger 9 is going to be performing in this next match. And then, of course, where exactly we'll be seeing the players from Zombies and RTG and how they're going to kind of measure up against the side of Real Tiger. But I'm sincerely hoping that we see the teams stepping up, especially the teams that are in their first Super Weekend, that, of course, are being the players from Galaxy Racer, Fate, the Snipers, and Fanatic Zombies. Really looking forward to their performances as well. You know, it has been a pretty tough run for them so far, but Galaxy Racers coming in with a really strong performance in our first match of the day. So, I mean, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful to see some really, you know, exceptional plays from all these teams.
I mean, even those 4 teams that this is their first Super Weekend, we were able to see actually a good amount of them coming into some of these late games in our first 2 matches so far. So they're definitely getting up there in terms of placement. We're able to see them later on and getting into fights. It's just finally just like letting that last thing click, you know, like secure those kills and actually win those late game fights to get that even higher placement. So far, yeah, Galaxy Racers definitely being the prime example, winning our first game so far. And again, I already went on ahead and did that little teaser. Just imagine if they went on ahead and won that fight against Zombies as well in that last match we just watched. So it does seem like they're figuring it out really well so far, and there's 3 games left for them to even go on ahead and turn that on even more. So that's definitely some exciting stuff to be looking forward to.
I mean, if we're looking at how the teams have been performing up to now, I mean, the Zombies at the end of the match that we just saw, they've already been able to accumulate 114 kills. I mean, that is the most kills we've got on the board. There's no team even close to that. The closest we've got to the performance that we see from Zombies with kills is Alpha Legends, who's currently sitting on 85. So, I mean, it's nearly 30 points difference in kills between Zombies and Alpha Legends. There's such a big gap now. Just imagine if the Zombies continue this, and they probably are. They're going to continue on this trend, continue being so kill heavy and just absolutely aggressive. I'm so excited to see what they're going to be doing on a map which kind of forces that aggressive play.
That's actually really interesting to look at. Yeah, it looks like they have a ton more kill points compared to their placement points. Meanwhile, the next few people below them have a lot more placement compared to kill points. It definitely looks like they're dependent on that kill point, and you already touched on it. Sandhawk is, in fact, the game where that chain team fighting and that team communication is absolutely vital, and I feel like Zombies is the prime example of that we've seen so far, actually proof being the number of kill points. But we already went on ahead and talked about it. Real Tiger 9, the Sandhawk seems to be their map. Will they be able to bring that week play into the Super Weekend play? Because if they're able to do that, I mean, that'll go on ahead and already skyrocket them up the board even further if they're able to at least get one super good game in today. And also, I mean, RTG, I think we also have to talk about them, especially after that last Miramar game, them being able to do all that chain fighting team fights too. Sandhawk could also be their playground.
I mean, so historically, looking, right, we've seen, speaking about Zombies, we've seen Saleh, you know, really bringing in such a strong performance. And now we can see Saleh up against Break, his own teammate. Just look at the difference we've got, for instance, in the damage. Saleh coming in on, 1248, his teammate coming in on 993, you know. That is just a teaser. It's just like, look, it's there. You know, it's, I'm so excited to see what's going to happen, right? So I know I've said excited a lot now, but I'm going to keep on saying excited because I'm excited, right? If we look historically speaking, last week in the Super Weekend, right? On the last showing they had on Sanhok, we did see the Zombies coming in at the top of the standings, right? So the last time we saw them on Sanhok in the Super Weekend, they finished off really, really strongly. I mean, the day before, against Sanhok, against Zombies, all right? So already 2 out of the 3 Sanhok showings, they were at the top. Now, on the first day of the Super Weekend, yes, okay, they didn't finish right up in the top, but they finished in 8th place. So definitely they seem to have something for Sanhok. There's a little something there, you know. So I'm super excited to see exactly how they're going to be faring on this Sanhok map.
Yeah, so I guess it sounds like we're going to be keeping an eye on Zombies and Real Tiger 9 in this situation, then Zombies from last Super Weekend, Real Tiger 9 from this last weekday games. So it could just come down to Zombies and Real Tiger 9. We'll have to go on ahead and see what happens going into our next game on Sandhawk. Let's see if they're going to get into that last 2-team altercation.
Yeah, so we're about to hop straight on in to see what that flight path is going to bring us and exactly where these teams are going to be dropping it down into. So, yes, we've got some nice expectations coming into this match. And here we are heading in towards that ever lovely stand map. And, you know, Span, they say, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series, and that is again what we're expecting to see here. That gamer mode just getting dialed up as far as it can go. A very northerly flight path, but of course, as we know on Sanhok, the flight path doesn't matter too much as the teams are still pretty capable of reaching all those drop spots they like to frequent.
Yep, this map is so small that everybody's able to spread out quite nicely, and also because of that, I mean, we already said it, this map is for fighting, and our first phase actually choosing a really difficult one for everybody to go on ahead traverse, going up to that northwestern side. We weren't able to catch one of these during these Wicked fights, so this is definitely something different, and already starting off, it is of course Galaxy Racers versus YaLLa.
I mean, right out the gate, they come running in with the aggression, finding the first shot already in towards Ida there from YaLLa. So I'm keen to see exactly how the players here from Galaxy Racer are going to be able to move on from this point. Will we see that aggression continue to flow, or are they going to back down just a little bit and potentially try and rotate out? As we've got quite a few teams still in the vicinity, and this whole trifecta region is looking to be quite a tough angle for a lot of these teams to try and move into. Oh, but here we go now. Galaxy Racer rushing up furthermore onto the side of YaLLa, finding another hit in it towards Powerful. Quick knock and confirm. Now, of course, we got Bandar and Yamaz, the 2 remaining players here for YaLLa. So, I mean, this is a pretty tough start for them on Sanhok.
It really is. I mean, just great pushes, team pushes coming in from Galaxy Racer, that 2v1 being secured. And now it looks like they're ready to do it into the next warehouse as well after a little bit of a healing situation. They know that they have the advantage getting into this next fight, so it's just a matter of seeking out the next few people. You see, actually, YaMaz is off further to the northern side in a completely different warehouses. So if he's able to stay safe up there, they will be fine. But yeah, look at that mini-map. All of them are just pushing and clearing together. Meanwhile, Mendar already in the water swimming away. YaMaz is going to join him. Yep, I agree with this. They need to go on ahead and just get away from this situation as fast as possible, and already swimming very early on, getting into the first phase that could go on ahead and put them in a good position as a two-man to play out the rest of this game.
Now they need to just evacuate, and of course you can hear the helicopters overhead, you know, just echoing that that decision. But now we turn over in towards Painan, where we see the zombies. So again, looking forward to seeing exactly how the zombies are going to be performing in this match. We've been seeing a pretty few, quite a few strong showings already from them. So waiting in anticipation to see what's going to happen. But now YaLLa making a really wide rotation, trying to get out of harm's way, but now Bandar out in the open. Ragnarok lying in wait. Oh, could be an easy one. Yes, indeed it is. Ragnarok not really even flinching for a moment, finding a really easy hit into the side of YaLLa. Now, I mean, YaLLa is down to only one. It is now YaMaz who's left to try and make that decision to decide which way around to go. So you can see, of course, YaMaz still out in the drink, having a little bit of a cool down as we now jump over into the lumberyard, where we see the players here from RTG getting stuck with the bike, that seems.
It looks like he was, yeah, but was able to get it free, so he's going to start being able to drive on over, potentially pick up Flame and start that rotation. I mean, they're already inside the zone up on this northern side, so it's just a question of if they want to continue to get further in towards the center. I mean, they're over just outside of zone over on the eastern side. They could go a little bit further to the west and get in, but it's a matter of actually crossing that bridge, getting onto the little island up in that northwestern side that's really going to mark the success for the rest of these teams, I feel like.
Of course, now we can see the Chungus Mountains being in play here, as we got the snipers and the players there from iKURD, both now positioned right on top of it. And, well, the snipers right up at the top here at the ruins at the temple, making their way around, just spreading out, trying to see if they can, you know, gather some interesting information, you know, potentially spot out any players moving up. And Marco already moving up right onto the ledge. But now as we jump on to the bridge, moving in towards the north, we see the SUDORs rotating up. The players there from Fanatic Zombies also right behind them. And a little bit of a spray coming in from Chills. But, I mean, Chills now getting hit by a spray of his very own.
Uh-oh, yep, a big fight happening up on top of this hill. Oh, we can see some of the members of SUDOR are actually completely out in the open, and that's actually going to cause one of them to be knocked as well, completely flushed out too. Uh-oh, I mean, SUDOR, they're able to make it in just on this western side. It looks like, though, Fanatic Zombies are so far successfully being able to hold them out. They could go on ahead and actually continue to do so. This would be in the best interest of both of these teams.
And definitely looking to see what is going to come from this, as we got Saif now moving up behind its boot. Up he comes, running away, just trying to get a little bit of distance in between him and the players there from SUDOR, who we see, of course, moving up. Saif now sending up the nades once again, but a little bit of a dent in the side there of SUDOR. They already lost Hidan. Of course, now we saw they were in a pretty open position, so can't really expect much else to come from that. But now, oh, I mean, look at Boygut just strafing out of that one, welcoming SKTon into that and sending him right back into the lobby. So a really strong play coming in here from the Fanatic Zombies, but Mexico in a little bit of a troubling position.
Yeah, instantly hitting the deck, trying to hide. You can see him looking on over there. It's actually coming from iKURD, who's all the way up on top of the mountain beside them to their east, that's trying to get involved now as well. I was going to say this is looking really good, honestly, for Fanatic Zombies, but iKURD coming into play could completely change the tide for them. If they lose a person here, that's definitely going to look really bad. Meanwhile, SUDOR, they're just able to make a rotation on that western side and potentially just move north to get into safety. And you can also see fighting happening elsewhere. 2 members down currently for RT9, and SCYTES are continuing to push. Oop.
And this is what we've been waiting to see. We've been waiting to see the players here from Real Tiger 9 in their element, just turning up showing up and giving us an absolutely fantastic showing. But now it's looking a little bit tough on their side, as we can see the players here from side. They've already been able to find so many hits, cause such a bit of damage into the side of the players here from Real Tigers. We got Eagle and Jigsaw both being knocked out, and of course a boot on the side there of sight. But a beautiful reaction coming in from Rank as he finds those hits. But up comes the Utils. Oh, fortunately that rock was right there, saved his butt just a little bit. But Jigsaw, we can't say the same, as we've got a beautiful nade coming in, and Ghost now coming up with yet another one, sends the Util off. A little bit of a bounce on that, but Ramp now left to fight it out against the side of SCYTES here. Up they come. Ghost now just hovering back and forth. Beautiful strafing, picks up the confirm, and now we wait to see exactly how the players from SCYTES are going to try and get out of this one, as Real Tiger 9 is also now just sitting on only one remaining player, that of course being Eagle, as he just tries to move up into the distance there.
Yeah, surprise. He's just trying to get out of that situation. He knows that he cannot get the rest of his teammates, so he's just trying to leave entirely. They also have a long way to actually go, honestly, to get into this next zone. And actually going into the zone, we can already see a bunch of teams now finding their way inside of here and getting really close. Alpha Legends now finally making their way, while Zombies, they're just patiently waiting inside some hard cover. And looking in that direction, maybe they'll be able to get into a fight with some people just making their way inside.
I mean, they're just waiting up in ambush, just waiting to see what's going to happen. But now waiting to see what's going to happen as well is the players here from HOTLINE, as they come in with that rotation, trying to wrap around all the way up in towards those northern reaches. They are, however, still trying to get out of the blue zone. So just to shape up in a pretty tough team, still caught out in the... Strangely enough, all the way down on just spread out across that eastern coastline, as the zone now shifts up once again, continuing onwards in towards those northwestern reaches. But snipers, we see them up on the hill, if I could, right amongst them up in the Chungus Mountains. But this side here of Alpha and Zombies, this is where things are going to get pretty interesting.
Zombies are kind of in the position to hold Alpha Legends out. If they try to run across the road, Zombies surely will be able to spot them out. And I mean, it looks like Alpha Legends are completely aware of that threat, peeking at this compound as much as possible, and of course, slowly moving a little bit closer. So, I mean, they're going to be wanting to wait until the perfect moment to take these shots on the Alpha Legends. They're not close just yet. They can still go on ahead and disengage, go back over the mountain. So very nice trigger patience coming through from Zombies. But of course, there we go. Already spotting them out. Alpha actually starts off with the first knock, but Soleil able to come in from the side, getting a knock onto 3 of them. It's just Captain left, and let's see if this nade is going to be able to actually finish this off in a matter of seconds.
Oh, what a push. I mean, Soleil already starting it off so aggressively, just speaking out, finding the hits, and of course those mollies getting sent in as well. Once again, we see Captain, the last remaining player for his team, but he's going to try and get into the compound, try to secure the position for as long as he can. But up ahead, we've got the Zombies players just lying in wait. Soleil now right there, quickly tending it towards Hamco, trying to get that raise going, and Captain now focusing on the engagement. His teammates slowly bleeding out in the field, but here we go. Break now stepping up, spots Captain, puts the shots in, not getting the knock just yet, but of course he's going to try and push on up. Up he comes, just strafing into the rock. Will he find the head? Yes, he does. Break seals the deal, and off goes Alpha Legends. What a play that was by Zombies.
That was really nice. He played them being so patient, waiting for them to come out in the open. Honestly, that nade almost finished it off for Slee as well. Just imagine if he just got a 4K immediately off on the bat. But a little bit more of a chance. He was able to go on ahead and show off his own skills. Captain was. Unfortunately, was still taken out in the end. But that's just a really difficult position, honestly, to be able to take a 1v4 alone. So he honestly gave it his best. I feel like he survived a little bit longer than our expectations in that, because that was hard. But also, I mean, a bunch more teams being able to find their own way inside. We can see the RTG, they're actually proning out in some little hidden areas, and SUDOR Esports are able to make the rotation all the way up in the north and getting in a fight with HOTLINE. HOTLINE was the team that was making that rotation earlier.
They made such a long rotation only to find themselves in a position down below here from SUDOR. As you can see, SUDOR now on a 2-man team. That is all that we have left for them. But of course, HOTLINE sitting on 3 players, as we just saw those shots flying on over towards them. But we got Mana Mumbai and of course Molto left to fight it out as we said goodbye to Omar just a few moments ago. So definitely waiting to see what exactly the players here from Hotline are going to try and do. Are they going to try and maybe wrap around and find an angle on towards SUDOR, as SUDOR is just playing this hard cover really well, making the most out of this rock, and every now and again just poking back over into the side there of Hotline.
I honestly don't know what Hotline is going to be able to do in this situation. If the only way I feel like they're going to be able to get out is this SUDOR over peaks and they get a knock, or if they're somehow able to make a rotation all the way back to the southern side to get away from that, because otherwise the terrain in between them are so out in the open that they're just going to go on ahead and get shot down if they were to go on ahead and start making a push towards SUDOR. And it looks like they'll still have a little bit more time to figure it out as this next zone pops and actually pulls on over to the northwestern side of this island once again. There's so many teams that are outside in blue zone, and there's 14 teams alive. That's about to be cut in half, honestly.
Well, I'm looking forward to the surprise we could see coming in here from Real Tiger 9 Surprises. He now makes his dash, trying to get ahead up in towards the zone. I mean, we got the whole squad of Galaxy Racer right up in front of him, so it could be a really interesting engagement should he choose to take it. But you can see, of course, MJ, Ultron, and the rest of the players there from Galaxy Racer just lurking up ahead. Oh, they're starting to jump in towards the drink. You got NASR now also starting to push on in as well. So things are going to get pretty spicy, especially as we see all these teams now trying to squeeze themselves back up in towards that zone. But here we go. Real Tiger 9 now coming up with that rotation. And Surprise could really have the element of surprise in his favor if he plays his cards well on towards the players here from Galaxy Racer.
Honestly, he could be catching them in a very vulnerable state right now, all of them just swimming out of the water. If he's to take these shots onto them, that's going to be huge. Look, 3 of them are about to go on ahead and pop on over. It's only Oasis. Oh, they could really go on ahead and ruin it, but him actually jumping on down, I think that's going to go on ahead and ruin that out. I mean, honestly, probably better for him in the long run if he's hoping for higher placement points anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he can't really say too much about what he did there. I mean, I'm pretty sure, you know, we would have done very similar things, but of course now some mollies getting sent in to the side here of RTG as the Zombies moves back on down, bouncing on the side of them, turning up that aggression dial once again. Wow, absolutely insane start. Another match where Zombies just show their dominance. I mean, absolutely aggressive stuff. And of course, I mean, just look at the rankings that we got. Zombies now already sitting on 206 points, 10 points. Well, yeah, that is 10 points ahead of the nearest team to them. So it's going to be interesting to see, of course, what the final result of this match will be as we see the players here from SUDOR, the final 2 remaining players now just huddled up, waiting to see what Fate is going to do and where they're going to try and rotate towards.
Sorry, I'm still a little bit confused how they caught out a member of RTG, because the rest of RTG were actually really, really far away from the rest of Zombies when they were able to pick up one of them. So I wonder if there was some sort of issue with rotations that ended up leaving one of RTG behind, because the rest of them, like I said, they're actually significantly far away from where Zombies were able to pick up that one kill on them. But yeah, everybody else, some of them have compounds directly by each other, just patiently waiting for this next zone to pop. Meanwhile, teams like Galaxy Racer still figuring out how to get further inside this zone. A little bit of a struggle, but successfully making that rotation through blue so far. In a few seconds, the zone is about to pop as well. Oh, and there we go. There's RTG. That's where they were. So somehow one of the members was able to find themselves really close by the Zombies.
And that zone now shifting up once again, just heading up in towards Camp Alpha. So things are going to get pretty interesting as we already see the players there from the Fanatic Zombies taking up that position. But now as we turn to the hills, you can see the snipers now just sniping in to the side of the players from Zombies. iKURD also just holding up their own right here, just there once again on the edge of the zone. But Humam now moving about. A treacherous push back up in towards the zone, and Marco looking for Polo. No idea exactly where Polo could be, but either way, pretty sure we're going to find out soon enough as we see the Zombies team here. Humam and Break, the 2 remaining players left to now try and find that rotation up in towards zone, but iKURD still finding a few shots in towards them, and we see RICO Infinity now starting to take aim, starting to push up onto the side of Fate as a beautiful hit comes in and will knock and confirm on towards Lath. But there we go, Prestige now out in the open. Ragnarok coming in with that crazy spray. trying to get those hits. But I'm really liking this approach coming in here from RICO Infinity, covering so many angles by kind of drawing out the play from Fate.
Well, we're about to go on ahead and see a little bit of a replay. Is this how they went on ahead and lost 2 of their members? It is! iKURD Esports, actually, they were able to go on ahead, play on these rocks, and spot 2 of them out. I was actually wondering how they lost 2 members on this rotation. I guess this is the answer right here. So, I mean, Zombies, they were so strong, unfortunately losing 2 from people unexpected. But back to live gameplay, we can go ahead and call it. Looks like Alpha, it shifted over there, and of course, teams are going to follow. 3 of them already finding themselves inside this camp.
And Camp Alpha is going to be such a hot spot for these teams. As we can see, we've got Fnatic in here, we've got the Zombies in here, we've got NASR in here. Oh, this is going to be crazy. GUNZ on the opposite end. Oh, NASR now sending up a few nades there. Boyka here from Fnatic, just keeping the angle. Waiting to see where he can send up those nades. So 3 teams already in Alpha. That means the other 11 teams are all going to try and squeeze on in. You can see Snipers now also making a bit of a rotation, trying to get a little bit closer. They know there's going to be quite a few players already positioned in this region. But now, looking over towards that coastal line, you can see the RICO Infinity still exchanging a few nades, a few rotations rather, also with the players here from HOTLINE. As HOTLINE is just up ahead, but RICO Infinity looking strong, sitting on 2 kills, 4 players still alive. They have the numbers advantage, but will they now be able to leverage that onto the 3-man team of HOTLINE?
We'll have to go on ahead and start seeing HOTLINE Esports making a little bit of a disengage. Nice smokes kind of being tossed out, kind of going back and forth trying to disengage. I mean, they're going to be able to find themselves a nice spot inside this new northern side of the zone, but they have to worry about 2 teams potentially coming out on the northern side. And if these teams, now that we're currently spectating, continue to make this far northwestern rotation, there's going to be a huge fight happening on the northern side of this new zone very shortly.
Oh, I mean, those casualties, of course, are coming in at the hand of the blue zone, and Real Tiger 9 getting sent back, Zombies getting sent back. This is a really challenging rotation for a lot of these teams, but of course now we see the players here from RICO Infinity managing to stay just ahead of the blue. Galaxy Racers still in the blue, trying to get up ahead of that. Fate as well as SUDOR, you can see also just positioned up in the northern reaches there. So it's definitely going to be a really tough rotation for a lot of these teams to try and find those entry points. And of course now a lot of vulnerability is going to be coming from this. So we can see Galaxy Racers now getting picked on off, and here we go, Fate pushing in towards SUDOR. The shots coming in. Will they be able to find it? Ree finds the head down. They go. Of course, now there's 1 player remaining. So Fate, of course, sitting on 2. That is Ragnarok and Isawi. Down goes MJ from Galaxy Racer, though. We see so many knocks just coming in all across the board. But of course, oh, this is exactly expected now. Galaxy Racer running into the side there of Saif. As you can see, SUDOR down to the only remaining player, and a really great performance so far. But now HOTLINE taking aim over towards the side there of Fate. Molto now just ducking down quickly, but a nice anchor point they've gone up in that northern side of the current zone. Ooh.
Wow, I mean, just so many people now pushing in from the northern side. We can see that zone shift as well, making everybody from the east having to push over. A nice find coming in from Galaxy Racer will actually go ahead and eliminate SUDOR, and still not safe. You can see Fate now getting involved in. Oh my goodness, he actually went on ahead and got spotted him out. Galaxy Racer is going to be eliminated too.
What a play that was. So many casualties now finding their way on through. 8 teams remain. Well, just looking at the damage there as well, this is an absolutely insane match. But look at Camp Alpha. The zone has shifted towards the west. So many teams positioned in here. We got 3, maybe 4 teams. Yes, 4 teams. We got NASR, we got Fanatic Zombies, we got the Snipers, as well then as the players there from RTG, all spread out throughout this combat. This is going to be an absolutely insane bloodfest between these teams, as the blue zone is starting to move on in. They need to start rotating out. They need to find a position. But of course, if NASR is the team to get up ahead, turn around and gatekeep the remaining teams trying to push on out of this position, this could be absolutely huge for them. But of course, now Nabo gets knocked out. NASR still holding up, not rotating too far away just yet. Fanatic Zombies now feeling the pressure, as you can see. Oh, the hit after hit finding its way into the side of them. But NASR now getting hit by RTG as well. It's a beautiful play by both these teams, NASR and RTG, just capitalizing on the chaos that we see. But of course, beautiful shots now finding its way straight up in towards Marshall. El Chapo is knocked out as well. Senke now just up ahead. waiting for his teammate to join up so he can try and pull off that res. But NASR now just holding up on the edge here. Oh, nade after nade getting sent on in, and RTG seals the deal. Senke picks up all the kills there. What an absolute... No, that wasn't even him. That was GUNZ. What? Wow.
Yeah, so many people were going on ahead and grabbing multiple kills from different teams there. So, yeah, RTG now actually stuck above them. Down below, I should really say, a whole other team. It's going to be difficult for them to figure out their own rotation. Already starting to crawl along this line, though. This is their best plan of action, and luckily it'll be able to get them away from a lot of the teams up here on the northern side. And also looks like Fanatic Zombies, they had one person still outside, inside blue in Camp Alpha, but was just taken out as well. Oh no, this is their only play, and they got it spotted out from HOTLINE anyway.
Oh, I mean, that was such an easy pickup there for HOTLINE. Just getting those hits in, almost getting those points on the silver platter. But now the three final teams remain. It is SCYTES, it is HOTLINE, and it is the players here from GUNZ. You can see GUNZ already sitting on 7. Will they find more as the hits come on through in towards HOTLINE? The blue zone is doing its thing, causing chaos, causing havoc, and of course now Lord just trying to find those hits. Finds the first one in towards Razur. Hamodi climbs to confirm. Oh, Hamodi now stepping up. SCYTES get eliminated. It is now HOTLINE up against GUNZ, and here we go. GUNZ coming in with a play, and they seal the deal. Freaks lands the final blow, and down it is for HOTLINE. What a play though. GUNZ coming out of nowhere with that one. That was insane. Well done.
I agree. That was, again, those zone shifts at the very, very end there just went on ahead and made it so that a lot of teams had to go on ahead and group up and just edge fight. And we'll take a look at what they were able to actually officially pick up by looking at the leaderboard after a break.
Hello and welcome back to our first day of the second Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And I mean, this third match that we were just watching, Span, I mean, that was insane plays coming in on Sanhok. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And of course, GUNZ being the team to steal away that chicken dinner and doing so in perfect fashion as well.
Them being able to go on ahead and continue to stay alive on that edge where honestly a ton of people were making rotation on into was huge. Yeah, and they were able to pick up 11 kills on their way as well. So 11 kills, 15 placement points, chicken dinner, definitely a nice showing for them happening on Sanhok. And honestly, that was a team as well that we were kind of keeping an eye on early on too. I mean, it didn't end up being Zombies or Real Tiger 9 though, but still GUNZ being able to come in and succeed on Sanhok, definitely a sight to see.
They went in guns blazing into that last match, and of course it worked out absolutely phenomenally for them. As you said, picking up 11 kills, chicken dinner. I mean, what more could you want from a match? You know, that was a really, really strong showing from them. But I mean, Zombies, they also didn't do bad either. I mean, let's have a look at the stats. We can see exactly where the teams finished off after this match. So, of course, you can see right up in pole position. GUNZ, as we mentioned, coming in on 11 kills. Pole position there, 15 points for that, and 26 in total. HOTLINE sitting over in second place, coming in on 18 points. But then we got the Fanatic Zombies coming in third place, 10 kills, 6 placement points, and 16 points in total. We got the SCYTES over in fourth on 14 points, 4 kills in the game. RTG placement points alone, bringing them up into 5th place. Of course, that being 8 points for them. NASR over in 6th place on 7 points. We got Fate in 7th, also on 7 points. And then, of course, I mean, that was such a tough one either way.
And then Galaxy Racer still being able to take that 9th place position with 4 total points, tied complete with SUDOR Esports. Then the Snipers in 11th with 3, also tied with RICO Infinity Team. iKURD Esports with 2 though. Real Tiger 9, Alpha Legends, and YaLLa Esports bringing up the rear as well for that match on Sanhok.
And that was a particularly tough one that we saw, especially with those zone shifts just going all over the place. And I have to say I liked it though. I mean, it was nice seeing such an aggressive shift continuing as far up. And of course, you know, we've got the highlights from the game that you can see. Some insane plays just to show you how challenging it was in case you missed out on any of that action.
A lot of early fights as well, I will say, especially a few of the ones completely on the eastern side. And then this one between SCYTES and the team we were keeping an eye on, Real Tiger 9, that was huge for both of these teams. Real Tiger 9 being taken out and SCYTES being able to go and grab that 4th place position. And then even this ambush coming in from Zombies Esports, there's a lot of really interesting early fights that we were able to go on ahead and capture. And then, of course, later on, all of these seemed like, I don't, like on point, you know, like thought out, like sneaky plays, I'll say. Even this one taking out 2 members of Zombies, and then later on it was just, I'd say, a change, and then it was very chaotic. There's still so many teams alive pushing in on the north and western side that everybody just started bunching on up, so it ended up turning into a little bit of a fest of fighting. But at the beginning it was a little bit more spread out, a little bit more methodical.
Yeah, definitely was. And of course, a lot of these fights mainly erupting near the end of the zone. So that has been such a challenging one for a lot of these teams. And of course, you can see HOTLINE finding some easy shots in, but also getting hit from behind. You know, you're never as covered as you think you are. But this play for me especially was such an insane show. We had snipers, we had RTG, we had the players from NASR all trying to squeeze on in, but then comes that beautiful nade in from GUNZ, sends its way in, causes the shot, the hurt in it to the side. But now, oh man, GUNZ just wrapping up the play with some phenomenal shots right there to steal that chicken dinner away. A really, really strong showing coming in from GUNZ. And of course, well done to the players there from Fanatic Zombies as well for ending off really strong in the last match. But now, we're going to be moving over in towards Miramar once again. Alright, so what we just saw in our first Miramar match of the day, we did see the players from Zombies ending really strong. We had the players then from RTG also then finishing in total in second place over all SUDORs right behind them, as well as GUNZ. Now, this is the game that I'm going to be looking once again over towards the players from Fate to see whether or not they'll be able to make their return, whether they'll be able to you know, just bring in that additional play to get themselves into that.
And let's go ahead and take a look at a little bit of a head-to-head versus two of these teams as well. GUNZ Esports versus HOTLINE Esports. We can see the differences in each of these teams. I mean, 1101 compared to HOTLINE's 859 compared to damage, and then even kills 11-6, and so on versus both of these teams. Their webs both a little bit different, and it's where HOTLINE actually shines is over with that 1-2 compared to GUNZ Esports. They're kind of in a unique position being where they are. I mean, GUNZ Esports being able to be a little bit more successful so far today, I'd say, compared to HOTLINE Esports.
I definitely see a lot more kills, a lot more, you know, knocks coming in on that side there for the players from GUNZ. So again, looking to see how that kind of then translates back in towards Miramar, but definitely going to be looking forward to see what the players from Fate are going to be doing, and of course also still waiting for YaLLa. You know, YaLLa again in the previous match, not having the best show, things looking a little bit tough. But we are hoping to see that once we get back into Miramar that they'll step up. Because in the first Miramar showing, they finished up in 15th place. Not the most ideal spot to be in, but also Galaxy Racer, the team that got the chicken dinner and phenomenally so in the first match, was the first team back on Miramar. So yeah, going to be looking towards YaLLa, Galaxy, and then of course Fate. Still hoping to see those performances, that return of glory coming in from players.
Let's go ahead and take a look at even more stats. As we can see here, these are the Fanatic Zombies. We already went on ahead and gave them a shout out with their last game performance, and we're going to go on ahead and see again what they're able to accomplish coming into this game as well. I mean, definitely nicely played coming in through them. I mean, even being able to pick up those 10 kills in that last game, and then the overall so far that we were able to pick up there. So we already went on ahead and called them out. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to do it again on this Miramar game. And we already even touched on it with Fate. They went on ahead and... No, Galaxy Racer. There we go. Galaxy Racer. They went on ahead and had an amazing game. Miramar not so lucky. This one they were okay, but they're honestly not that far away from being able to break into that top 16 because of their huge win. They're not that far away from getting in on that 16th place. So very shortly they could go on ahead and make it above, make themselves into the running that we were talking about at the very beginning of this cast.
Yeah, I mean, the only team standing between Galaxy Racer and that slot in, you know, the overall standings is, of course, the players from Arab GSG. But let's take a look at the full, complete show of the overall standings. As you can see, the players there from GUNZ Esports still holding on to that top spot. 3 chicken dinners, 210 points. We got Zombies, of course, over in second place. Also 3 chicken dinners, 206 points. Falcons, of course, not in the Super Weekend, but they are still in third place on 196. Alpha Legends currently in fourth, 1 chicken dinner, 171 points. We got NASR Esports over in fifth place on 148 points. 1 point behind them, we've got the players there from RTG Esports in sixth place. RICO Infinity also 1 point away from that in seventh on 146, and SUDOR 1 away from that on 145 points.
Looks like from there a little bit more of a drop off. Then there's iKURD Esports with 121. Rod still holding on to the top 16 spot in 10th currently. 2 chicken dinners, 104, not inside of the Super Weekend. HOTLINE Esports being able to go up a little bit with the chicken, 100 points. Flair Loyal Team also being able to hold on to the top 16 even though they're not in the Super Weekend with 89. Then SCYTES with 87, YaLLa Esports with 86, Real Tiger 9 in 15th, and then again another team that didn't quite make it. Galaxy Racer, there we go. Those are the points that we wanted to go on ahead and take a look at. They currently have a total of 37 total points. They're not that far away from FGSG with a total of 53 so far. And then Fate, 18, Fanatic Zombies with 17, and the Snipers with 4. I mean, we already knew that those 4 teams in particular had a lot of work ahead of them to be able to catch up with the teams in front of them. And honestly, since all 4 of those teams that didn't make it, like they didn't make it in the Super Weekend, that went on ahead and did a little bit of a swap, they have a chance. Like there was no team that, you know, some of the teams towards the bottom, they're not in this so far, so they do have a chance of getting in there if they're able to go on ahead and make the most out of these last 2 games. Yeah,
I mean, essentially coming into the Super Weekend, there are 15 games behind, you know, so if they're able to catch up and kind of, you know, get on to par with where the other teams have placed in the previous Super Weekend, you know, fantastic stuff. But also then the teams that are really showing up really strongly in the Super Weekend, they also then have that opportunity to just merely increase their standings as, you know, they have another run at 15 more games. So it is absolutely essential for these teams to try and make it in towards the Super Weekends, because if you miss out on one Super Weekend, you miss out on 15 games of trying to bring in those additional points. And I mean, once the Super Weekend is done, there's only one more to go. Then that's kind of it. Then we know which teams, which 16 teams will be moving on over in towards our finals. So definitely looking forward to seeing the performances coming in from throughout this whole weekend. But of course, next up, as mentioned, we are heading right back in towards Miramar once again. So I'm really, again, still waiting to see what those performances will bring from YaLLa and, of course, the players from Galaxy Racer as well as Fate. Those three teams are the teams I'm going to be keeping my eye on for the rest of the day, hoping to see them step up and deliver once again. We've seen it before. We know it can happen again. Now it is just a question of when.
When it is. And I mean, even Galaxy Racer in the last Miramar game, they ended up crashing onto Zombies, and it was Zombies who ended up winning that game in the same compound. So far it seems like high risk, high reward for them, you know, because even in the previous game on Erangel, they crashed center zone. They were able to clean it up, third party it, and then take it away and win that. So going into this next Miramar, this next Erangel, I wonder if they're going to continue that high risk, high reward. And I mean, so far it seems like they're either going to go on ahead and not succeed very hard or succeed extremely. So it'll be interesting to see what they're going to do. I feel like they're kind of like a little bit of a wild card coming on in here, as being so different, you know.
But it's always interesting having all the wild cards, you know, because they can swing things either which way. There's actually, to a certain degree, a lot of power in the hands of a wildcard team, as no one really knows what to expect from them. So definitely it's going to be interesting to see exactly how that, of course, then translates into the matches left for today. But now, as we move in towards Miramar, right? What are your expectations coming into this match? I mean, we've already seen how the teams performed in our first Miramar one. Do you think we're going to have anything change, aside from the flight path, hopefully not being as far south again? Are you expecting anything changing on the team side?
I don't think so. At this point, I feel like everybody has their gameplay style, if anything. I think it, again, just all comes down to where they're able to find themselves at the very beginning and where these next zone shifts. I think we're going to see everybody kind of playing the same. So saying that, let's see what they're going to go on ahead and do going into our next game as they start jumping out of this plane.
Oh, lovely, lovely Miramar. Here we are. Welcome back, old friend. And of course, you know, this is what we're looking at, right? We're waiting to see what these teams are going to do. Is we have a complete swap around on the flight path, changing from a far southern one we had in the first showing into a very northerly one for this. So yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing what these teams are going to be doing and expecting some tough plays coming from this.
I sure am looking forward to seeing what this is going to happen. I mean, at this point, hopefully more teams are able to go to their usual drops, but I know we went on ahead and touched on a few of those our last Miramar game. So this time, zone plane path being completely different. We'll see where that first zone is going to go on ahead and show up. Hopefully it won't be as difficult, honestly, as the last Miramar game, but we might go on ahead and give us one anyway, because as we already said, we like seeing the challenges for each of these teams. Seems like the game kind of likes it as well. So far, it's been handing us a lot of very interesting, dynamic zones for us to go on ahead and spectate, and it seems like some of these teams are coming out on top, and some of them are kind of suffering from it. And there's our first phase as well, actually centering around Minas again. This is actually very similar to our last Miramar game.
Yeah, it's almost exactly on point as to where we had at the previous one. The only change being the flight path, so the teams not dropping south but dropping north for this time around. But we already see the players from iKURD and the Galaxy Racers right there neck in neck as they make their way on through. Oh, this is going to be interesting indeed. And of course, they're right on the edge, so this could be quite the beneficial compound to be holding.
Oh, wow. Looks like Galaxy Racer just grabbing a vehicle or trying to get away, but oh no, did they end up leaving one of their teammates behind? I mean, a little bit afraid iKURD could go on ahead and push aggressively on this. Oh yeah, they did. Oase, unfortunately, got left behind a little bit, starting to take some shots towards him. I don't know if he'll be able to make a rotation away, but if hopefully he gets picked up soon, he might be able to do something, or if he pushes now, he might be able to help out Ultron here, who's kind of stuck on the backside of iKURD's warehouse.
I'm curious to see whether or not Ultron is going to try and transform this situation into something a little bit more advantageous. But now you can see Azza right there in the mix of it. Oase now trying to push on in. We got a Helm End just quite comfortable in the compound right there, just peeking in and out of those windows. Ultron looking pretty confident though, just holding their own. Azza now also inching their way up, but up comes the rest of the Galaxy Racers now as they move in to try and fortify this position, trying to get a little bit of a retaliation onto the side of iKURD. And this is where things get interesting as Galaxy Racers now come rushing in once again. Oh, iKURD finds the head. Azza though gets knocked out as well. So, oh, nice back and forth between the players here from Galaxy Racer and iKURD. But of course now Kalaga now rotating up potentially, as we can see Ultron going in for the first quick easy kill. And iKURD now getting taken down to only 2 players.
The Galaxy Racers being able to leave, grab a gun, and come on back with their vehicles, honestly, were huge. Honestly, it was whoever's team crashed back first was going to take out the other 2 members. So Galaxy Racer being able to be the first ones, definitely helping them out. I feel like iKURD, as we can see, Kalaga and teammate, they're currently just running around. So it seems like they weren't able to grab vehicles and get there quite fast enough. So the vehicles in Galaxy Racer's hands definitely helped them out a ton.
And of course, as we now look over in towards Picardo, we've got the players from the Zombies now just moving about, going through their looting phase, getting everything ready and prepped. Of course, seeing all those heads coming in the kill feed. So one thing that's interesting for me is do you think the players are paying attention to the kill feed, looking, you know, trying to kind of figure out who has already been sent back, who they are left to fight against, and potentially maybe planning their rotations according to that?
In my opinion, hopefully yes. At this level, I feel like a huge skill that players need to have is the ability to go on ahead and watch the kill feed and understand, be able to remember it. Okay, which teams already lost 2 members? Who are 2 up? Who are already out of this game? Where do they usually rotate or drop? Where can we go on ahead and take from that based on these new zones? That's a huge skill for people to keep in mind. And usually, especially towards the late game, you can hear some players, if we hear in their comms, they'd be like, oh, we know this team is only 2 up. We just got to knock into 1. That means there's only 1 person left. Let's go ahead and crash onto it. In situations like that, it's important. It's vital, honestly. So all these teams hopefully have that skill because they should be utilizing it.
Well, let's give them all the benefit of the doubt and say that is exactly what they're doing. They're all, you know, keeping a watchful eye on that kill feed. But of course now, looking over towards the players here from Fate, we had a really strong showing from them, you know, over in that in the league days. But now, oh, Fanatic Zombies chills. He can't chill for too much longer as RTG push on up El Chapo, quickly ending it off right there. So RTG also off to a fairly interesting start. I can't say aggressive start. They did find a quick confirm there, but of course there was also, you know, just you know, fate working in their favor. But Galaxy, this is going to be a tough one. Galaxy Racer completely isolated there, completely alone. And the players here from RICO Infinity moving up as Senke and Co now just bounce on them. Ragnar finding those shots and down they go. Beautiful play though coming in there from RICO Infinity.
They completely surrounded that compound, were able to at least pick off 1. Yeah, that was really nicely played. He tried getting away inside that bus. You could see him attempting to leave, but instantly shut down. So a nice pickup for them so far. And honestly, they're moving around in that direction. I'm kind of interested to see how they're going to continue on with their rotation. I wonder if they just heard the fighting earlier and decided to go and see what else they could clean up. But otherwise, they still have a ways to go if they want to go and grab a good spot inside of zone.
I mean, speaking about zone, YaLLa, they're looking pretty comfortable. They are in the zone, making their way through San Martin, just casually going about their business, grabbing their loot, prepping themselves up for these coming phases. So I'm quite curious to see where the next phase is going to take us, whether or not it will be necessary for YaLLa to rotate out, because if there's no need for them to rotate, they can actually fortify, you know, several of these angles in San Martin and really make this position work in their favor. But of course, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge as San Martin is such a big region.
Oh, RICO Infinity team also unfortunately dropping over one of their cars. You can see Ragnar trying to save it once again, but that vehicle is gone. So now they're on foot for a little bit on that rotation. Honestly, keeping your vehicle safe, especially phase 1 going into phase 2, is so important. That's why when people come and bring their vehicles into a compound, they try to protect it first, because if anybody is able to go on ahead and see like, oh, somebody left their vehicle out, time to pop their tires, that's instantly the first thing that enemy teams are going to do, because that cuts off anything any fast rotations possible that could potentially put you in a situation where you have to make a run for it out in the complete open for an enemy team to go ahead and pick up all their kill points.
And of course now, I'm really liking this awareness that we see coming in here from Zombies. I'm pretty sure that they've spotted NASR. Just looking at, you know, the way that they are rotating up, you can see Break now pushing up quite aggressively. We got Saleh now keeping that watchful angle there. Up comes Break. Hamco also right up in front. Oh, they spotted movement. Here we go. Trying to bounce in on NASR. Finds, a little bit of damage. But of course, NASR now eventually gets knocked on out. But now let's see whether the rest of the team will be able to move in, as Break got knocked out in this little bit of an exchange. And a really interesting approach coming in here from RICO Infinity as their scout just got knocked on out. We got Ragnar now moving up. Prestige now just rotating around. And of course, Gutel also moving in just to try and fortify that angle. But the teams for the time being still pretty spread out, aside from the players from Zombies and RICO Infinity, who we see are still pretty close together.
And it looks like they can be potentially a little close together, continue, because the zone once again popping. Badita center zone, still a bunch of teams outside of this zone, still big enough for all of these guys to be able to find a spot to be able to play, but they are going to be directly beside each other. RICO Infinity 8, though, continuing on with that rotation, they could find themselves that compound that was a winning compound for Zombies our last Miramar game. It's currently still open, a good spot inside zone as well. So at this point, it's just a matter of these teams that are close enough to the center, if they can decide to continue rotating on in, if they're able to find those key compounds. Meanwhile, for everybody else, they're kind of hoping that people make a move so they can go on ahead and backfill them, so they get a spot inside zone.
That's definitely going to be interesting to see where everyone's going to go to. And of course, now the snipers making their entry in towards zone, rotating out of power grid. As you can see, Marco making his way on in, choosing an interesting location to park. Not quite sure what's up with this just yet. Potentially just lying in wait, waiting to see if anyone could be rotating up. But of course, now the SUDORs making their very own way in as they get closer and closer towards La Bendita. NASR now just spread out as well. So definitely interesting to see how these teams are going to play, because, you know, La Bendita is, again, that comfort zone for NASR. We've seen them drop in there time and time again. But now, speaking about comfort zones, this is where we saw the previous match coming to an end, as we have the Zombies and RICO Infinity. Now, a few back and forth shots, but especially RICO Infinity now trying to get those shots as Hamco flings himself out of his vehicle.
Oof. It looks like Zombies wanted their winning compound again, but RICO Infinity team were already there, so they're going to have to figure out somewhere else to play. RICO Infinity team, meanwhile, happy with their find. You can see them protecting the vehicles, shoving it up against the wall so the tires can't be popped. They could go on ahead and chill out there until the next zone shifts. Now, definitely keeping a watchful eye down to the southern side. I wonder if they have an idea, like, that's probably Zombies.
Well, it could be, but of course, well, we'll wait and see how this match now unravels as we move over towards the players here from Real Tiger 9. Having a bit of an interesting approach there with the vehicle, and it's always interesting to see on Miramar just what the terrain does to these vehicles, as we see the players from Fate now pulling up right above the Zombies. So this could be a really beneficial angle for the team from Fate if they can play this one well and find those vantage points into the side of Zombies.
Fate definitely has the height advantage as well, and it seems like they know it. Lath actually going on ahead and crashing onto the building. He's going to be taken down to half HP, and he's kind of worried. Watch out for his teammate now crashing on in so he doesn't get crashed on, but it looks like his one teammate is going to be fully taken out. The rest of Fate Esports are actually continuing to try and take this as well. Oh, here we go. Even more members in. I'm surprised Fate decided to go on ahead and make this crash on this, but I guess they want this compound really badly. And honestly, Ragnarok, if he makes a huge rotation around on this northern side, it could go on ahead and help them out a ton, because the rest of the zombies are just stuck inside this two-story. Oh, but why are they're pushing in one by one? Zombies are just able to spot them all out, and now Fate Esports is just down to 2 of them versus 3 of zombies. Them realizing it, they're going to actually push out aggressively and take one down. So that means there's only 1 left for Fate. This was just a bunch of 1v1s coming in from Fate Esports, and now all of them are trying to find out the last one. Break, of course, going to find him. Fate Esports eliminated, and zombies being able to pick up all those kills. They have 5 so far.
Absolutely insanely played. Oh, RICO Infinity is still trying to secure that compound as they try to find those hits. And of course, now we've seen this compound before being really advantageous and working out absolutely phenomenally. But now we see the team there from GUNZ just positioned up into pushing there, and have trying to push into this compound.
They could potentially want to, but there is a little bit of bulls that are able to play over here. I actually really like that push out by Prestige, I'd have to point out as well, because he heard that fighting down to their southern side, sent one over to play that ridge. Try to find something to grab, you know? If you're able to go on ahead and grab any downs that you're able to spot out, why not? He was able to stay alive as well. I mean, GUNZ almost took him out, but now definitely distractive as YaLLa is trying to come up towards them on their northern side. This is something that GUNZ, if they want kills, they're definitely going to be able to hold out, and it looks like they're actually driving on over. They know that they have 2 people knocked, so they're going to be aggressive on this.
Oh, I mean, and yeah, definitely up so aggressively, pushing straight on up to the side here of YaLLa, and of course a nice exchange coming in from both sides. As you can see, Rauf now just trying to secure that angle. Of course, now Powerful trying to regain a little bit of health before taking any more of these fights. But the shots now are coming on through as YaMaz finds the nade, placing it well on towards Freak. Hamodi now, of course, just up ahead, as you can see there. Oh, YaMaz now trying to hold on. Lord just setting up on the top side here. But of course, the GUNZ are having those shots fly in towards them, but still just playing the terrain, making it work, using that hard cover as best they can, and YaLLa looking still very, very strong. Seems like GUNZ are a little bit on the short side of the stick, but of course they also still have all their players still intact as they now disengage from this position, and I think that was a really good call for them just to relocate up a little bit higher on that ridgeline.
Yeah, I mean, the push coming through was smart. They had 2 knocks, but when they couldn't find anybody else with those nades and the reses came through, they probably realized too much time has gone by. We didn't get our flushes. We just need to get out of here. Take our high ground once again and try again with those peak overs. So nice disengage, honestly. But over here by Bandita on the complete other side of zone, we can see that Alpha Legends currently fighting it out between Fanatic Zombies. Fanatic Zombies, we've been trying to keep an eye on them because it's, of course, first time in. We have to see how they're going to go on ahead and perform. And as of right now, Fanatic Zombies are trying to take their home.
And of course, an extra bit of pressure being applied onto the side of the players here from Alpha as that blue zone now catches up with them, enveloping them, and they need to now find a way in towards zone. But of course, the Fanatic Zombies are right up ahead of them, just trying to provide that extra bit while the rest get in towards zone. Now, orbitals trying to follow the
It looks like he's going to go on ahead and continue making those rotations away. Alpha Legends realizing it's not quite worth it. I mean, the zone ended up shifting once again. They weren't getting any sort of big plays coming through onto the side of Fanatic Zombies, so Alpha Legends just wanting to leave that situation. They don't want to go on ahead and continue to fight there even when it's not worth it anymore. It does look like, however, they had to leave 1 teammate behind, so hopefully he'll be able to make it to the rest of his team from that bowl. Now, NASR Esports, though, it looks like they're in a fight with SCYTES. Currently 2 of them right by them, but oh no, another one actually going down. So immediately 2 down coming through from NASR. You can see Nabo trying to help out from afar from the compound that they have up on that northern side, but honestly, him and Miracle, I don't think they have anything else they can really do from now on. Now SCYTES, though, they actually have a spot inside zone, able to get the reses coming through. That is a huge, huge downfall for NASR. I don't know how they're going to be able to continue coming out of this. But of course, it looks like SCYTES are actually continuing to be aggressive as well now, spotting out Alpha Legends as well.
Oh man, these players are just coming in with next level rotations and moves we see across the board. And Alpha now having Chaos getting knocked on out. But here we go, SCYTES trying to move in as well, trying to secure an extra angle in the just on the edge of that zone. As we have the players here from Alpha now moving on up. But of course now this is where it all comes to show whether or not they'll be able to make it through this rotation and get into that secure position. We got NASR just up ahead of them, so the options are looking pretty tight, pretty thin, as they're not just venturing a little bit closer to the edge of zone. But of course now the players here from HOTLINE just capitalizing on their angle over towards La Bendita, just tapping away over towards Boyka. As you can see, Mumbai trying to find those shots, but of course now getting pushed from behind as the team here from RTG sneaks on up on top of them. Thanos now the last remaining player for the squad here, as the Utils now find their way on over. RTG with a very sneaky approach here, coming in, causing a bit of damage, disengaging, and then rotating up. But now Fnatic and the players here from Alpha still left to try and face off, as they are right on the edge of the zone. The blue zone is, of course, closing in, so their options are running out. Fnatics need to make a call. Are they going to try and take on the squad from Alpha, or are they going to potentially maybe disengage and try and rotate around the compound?
I don't even know if they're going to be able to. Even if they grabbed a vehicle, if they start driving, all of Alpha Legends are going to be keeping an eye on them, and that's going to hurt them a ton. And especially, they can't go that direction. You can see the NASRs there currently. They're tossing in a ton of nades as of right now. So this just seems like a fight that they have to take. And you can see, like, ooh, able to get at least one so far. But unfortunately, the trade coming through, Fanatic Zombies, they're going to be eliminated in this. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to be aggressive on this. It does look like Nabo tried pushing forward, but instantly getting shot in the back actually from Alpha Legends as well. It's just not a good situation for a lot of these teams, especially because SCYTES is getting involved from the south.
I mean, even Miracle is caught in a really tough position. It's got Alpha and SCYTES, both teams focusing all their efforts towards him. So it's going to be interesting to see definitely how Miracle makes it out of this one alive. Will we see a Miracle coming in here? Could that be the saving grace? But of course now Captain sends that grenade over. Oh, finds a little bit of damage in towards Miracle. If he moves too much, the players there from SCYTES will bounce on him. But here we go. Alpha now pushing in. Of course, they're getting lasered by SCYTES. Down goes NASR. But now the players from SCYTES are just ripping into the side here of Alpha. So what an interesting play. And of course, we got Thanos still held up in the blue zone there, right behind them. So we could see an interesting maneuver coming out there from Thanos. But of course, now SCYTES keeping their sights trained on the players here from Alpha. And Alpha, for the time being, trying to get those shots as well up on towards the HOTLINE, as Blue Zone now swoops on in and seals the deal for Thanos. Down they go. So 12 teams now remain. And of course, the SCYTES still keeping this front, not willing to move up just yet. But the zone did move over in towards the southwestern side. So they need to try and decide how they're going to try and play this one, as Alpha is currently in the blue zone.
Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a heal situation as he tries to slowly make his way towards this new zone. Unfortunately, no vehicle for him. It's just going to have to be a big run. And SCYTES, on the other hand, they were able to grab vehicles, and the only thing they could really do here is crash onto RICO Infinity Team's compound. So it looks like a fight is about to pop off immensely on this little Prio building. All the util, of course, being used first, but so far none of them catching. So, I mean, RICO Infinity Team, they have the advantage here if they start tossing in their own nades, because, I mean, SCYTES, they only have one little broken building so far. They need to go on ahead and get the knock before SCYTES is able to push up closer.
I mean, this is just absolutely insane to watch. This is typical Arabia fashion. You can see all those utilities getting sent all across before a single shot gets fired. But now we see the teams, starting to succumb to the injuries. The SUDORs now getting sent back into the lobby. And of course, the snipers also holding their very own RTG right here alongside them, waiting to pounce. But of course, now SCYTES applying the pressure in towards RICO Infinity, as we got knocks either side. Phobia rather down for the side there of SCYTES, getting raised right back up. Ragnar, of course, down as well. No one there to really tend to him just yet. What a beautiful nade coming in on Ghost. But up comes SCYTES, applying the pressure. Got Q-Tal and Prestige now remaining for the side here of RICO Infinity. Let's see, will Razur and Co be able to get those nades in? Sends one up, finds a bit of of damage. Nothing too fatal just yet, but of course that is not the end. They're going to keep on trying to send those nades up. You can see Prestige now trying to get up onto the roof. Oh, Razur gets caught on the side. Beautiful hit coming in there from Prestige, and of course now this is where things get hella tough for them. Gonna get so interesting, but of course those mollies also on the side of RICO Infinity. QTEL now trying to make the best of the play here. We've got that nade getting cooked on up it comes. Oh, finds a little bit of damage. Well, we see the players here from the sites now trying to push up aggressively. They're just buying time as much as they can. But of course, if they wait too long, the players from RICO Infinity will be able to get their numbers back up. As you can see, QTEL now trying to get that res in on towards Prestige. A few seconds remain. The teams are starting to drop like flies. And of course, things are looking so tough. Beautiful nade once again in the window. QTEL so low on health, but of course, Ghost just strafes on in, finds the hits, and down goes RICO Infinity. But now, Real Tiger 9 also just up on the higher ground, keeping a very watchful eye on the engagement down below. We got Eagle even moving closer to them. Jigsaw now also starting to venture a little bit further forward as they have that security of zone, but they now want to go for the kills. Abud now steps up, finds a quick shot in towards Jigsaw, but down goes Abud. Ramp finds those hits. Now let's see Ghost right up ahead of them. Phobia also right there alongside his teammates. Oh, Jigsaw getting hit. 2 players remain now for the Real Tiger 9 team. That, of course, being around and, of course, Surprise. But fortunately, they are up on the higher ground, so they are not down below to suffer the fate of their own teammates. 7 teams remain, and this zone is looking absolutely insane once again.
Honestly, if SCYTES didn't win that initial fight here, it would have been super sad for them, because actually that nade that you went ahead and called out was actually Abud getting a knock onto his own teammate from SCYTES. So they're able to get that res and actually win that initial fight, but if they got pushed on in that moment, it would have potentially been that nade onto his own teammate that was the downfall of SCYTES. But luckily they were able to get that res really quickly back up, all 4 of them up, and RT9 pushing down inside of here super aggressively so far, not entirely working out for them. It looks like they might be able to continue to hold this compound now that they're able to come back from that little mishap. And even more nades coming through. It even looks like they're confident enough to start taking shots at somebody completely on the other side of zone.
Well, I mean, these hits are still just absolutely insane. As you can see, all these teams now just fighting it out. We got the snipers even trying to push into the compound here, but Real Tiger still just holding up their line against the teams in the region. As you said, you know, showing that confidence. Of course, managing it to find a few more hits across the zone. And of course, SCYTES still hanging about. The guns now starting to move up. Oh, Galaxy Racers getting caught out in a very vulnerable position as Lord and the rest of the GUNZ team now just start finding the hits in towards them. And of course, now GUNZ holding up. Galaxy Racer getting sent on over at the hand of the GUNZ. But here we go. The sniper Zaid now just trying to make a quick run for it. Surprise up on the higher ground. Really beautiful position. Finds the easy shot down in towards Zaid, but of course not trying to get that confirmed in. 4 teams left to fight it out. It is the players there from a Real Tiger. It is GUNZ, it is SCYTES, and of course the snipers. This is where things are going to go so tough. As you can see, snipers sitting on only 1 remaining player. They've got 4 kills. Will they make it more? No, down they go. The SCYTES, however, increase their kill count to 8. The GUNZ already sitting on 10 kills. And then, of course, Real Tiger 9 are not finding any kills just yet. They've put in so many hits, so many shots. Nothing of that, unfortunately, getting converted into kills. But here we go. We move into what could potentially be our final zone, as we see the players here from SCYTES keeping a very watchful eye. The GUNZ also keeping a very watchful eye up to the higher ground position, where we see one of the Real Tiger players there, that of course being surprised. But now Ramp just lying in wait, lying in ambush, waiting for GUNZ to expose themselves. Of course, those call-outs coming in from Surprise, but Surprise goes down at the hand of Ghost. This is now down to the wire for all 3 of these teams. GUNZ now just trying to secure as many points as they can, already sitting on 10 kills. SCYTES now getting caught in the compound, still a fairly decent position for them to be fighting from. We've got a lot of hard cover, and they have that zone advantage as well. GUNZ on the opposite end, though, they still need to try and move about, trying to find a good angle to fight from for the next zone. But now, I mean, Real Tiger just feeling the pressure. 1 player remains. As you can see, Ramp now just trying to survive as long as he possibly can. Send a beautiful nade over to the side there of GUNZ. But things are looking so tough. 9 players remain, and here we go. The sights now starting to take aim towards GUNZ as they also now once again start moving up, but Razur only finding the edge. Oh, so close on towards Hamoudi.
Yeah, so far not able to get a lot of those shots onto each other. Really, I'm interested to see what Ramp is going to be able to do here as a solo from Real Tiger 9. He knows exactly where these last 2 teams are. Currently now taking the opportunity to heal up a little bit. He does not have that many meds left, though, honestly. I mean, GUNZ, they have to make an aggressive push towards sites as of right now. Coming into this next zone, though, we'll have to see who's going to be able to catch somebody else out first. And it looks like sites are already putting their plan underway, tossing out a ton of smokes while the enemy team just starts setting up, and it looks like GUNZ are going to start it off with 2 knocks onto the side of sites. They still have 2 people up. Honestly, they're able to keep all 4 up this far. That's amazing for sites, but now as they're taking this fight against GUNZ, it might be a little bit too late. There we go, actually securing some kills so far with some nades. So they're currently all stuck inside this one building as GUNZ just wait patiently on top of their rocks.
Oh, and of course, I mean, this is such an insane position. Real Tiger 9 still just managing to hold on, but of course, here we go. GUNZ now getting ready for this play as the blue zone starts to close on up. Sights getting caught on the wrong side of that. Down they go. It is all now up to Ramp. Up against GUNZ. Oh, finds one. Oh, down he goes. What a play that was, though. Real Tiger 9 making it all the way up into that final circle. An absolutely phenomenal performance there from Ramp. But of course, well done to GUNZ. They got the chicken dinner and, well deserved as well.
It would have been an amazing story if sites went on ahead and won that out as well, especially from all the fighting that they were having in that compound. But we'll be right back with that updated leaderboard after a little bit of a break. Be right back.
Hello and welcome back to our second Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And of course, we just saw our fourth match of the day going to the players from GUNZ once again. Their second chicken dinner back to back. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And of course, they are now really starting to build up some strong momentum. And of course, we're going to be looking to see whether or not they'll be able to continue that on into the final match of the day. But of course, before we get into that, Span, that was just some insane plays. And you said, you know, what a beautiful story it would have been had SCYTES won that final fight.
I mean, they had to go ahead and crash that prio compound because they needed to. They were outside the zone, and even knocking their own teammates with some nades, being able to get the reses back and still win that fight is just absolutely huge. And being crashed on as well and protecting it from Real Tiger 9, like just from the fights in that compound alone, it would have been absolutely massive. Because still, even though they're accidentally going on ahead and taking each other out, they're able to get those reses anyway. So all four of them were actually alive going into that last fight versus GUNZ. So SCYTES being able to pull that off is absolutely huge. And I mean, that just goes to show, like, mistakes happen as well. You can still go on ahead and come back from it as well. So nicely played by them. But of course, GUNZ being able to pull up. Honestly, I was a little bit worried for them because they had to make that run from very far out in the open. But then there's a very small ridge that was able to go on ahead and give them the eyesight that they needed. And let's take a look at how many points they're really able to achieve along with everybody else with those match stats.
And of course, you can see the players there from GUNZ coming in with an absolutely phenomenal play. Claiming that chicken dinner, 15 kills and 30 total points. Players from SCYTES, they finished in third place, but they ended up in second overall on 18 points. Of course, the players from Real Tiger 9 finished in third on 12 points. The Snipers also finishing on 12 points in fourth place. Then we've got the Zombies up in fifth there on 11 points. Galaxy Racer in sixth on 8. We got the Alpha Legends finishing in 7th on 7 points. And of course, RTG taking 8th place with 4 total points after this match.
Wow, 30-point total again. So it looks like that's going to be our second most points, if I'm not mistaken, from today's games. Of course, 33 went to Galaxy Racer from their win earlier. So GUNZ Esports, very nicely played by them, of course. And then in 9th place is RICO Infinity Team with 3 total points. Same with YaLLa Esports being able to grab 3. And Fanatic Zombies with 3, grabbing all 3 from kill points. Then iKURD with 2. HOTLINE Esports in 13th with 2. And then 1 each for SUDOR Esports and Fate Esports and NASR Esports coming in on 16th for that match.
That was a really, really tough one there for the side of NASR, but of course, you know, that is the beauty of the Battle Royale. You know, things never go a particular way, and it's always a surprise to see exactly how that match unfolds. But I mean, this has been a really strong showing for the players from GUNZ. The previous match over on Sandhawk, they finished off on 26 points in the chicken dinner, finishing up also with 11 kills. This game, they came in chicken dinner, 15 kills and 30 points. So today, so far, has been an absolutely strong day for the side of GUNZ.
And it sounds like we have something else to go on ahead and look at as well. Take a look at that. There is our total damage. So yeah, GUNZ being able to turn 73 damage into 15 kills. And honestly, Zombies not quite surprised by this. Also being able to pick up 11 damage, but unfortunately going out with only 7 of those kills. And of course, SCYTES 1888 with 8 kills as well. Those are most of the teams that went on ahead and were doing a ton. And actually, an interesting stat as well comes from RT9. They have 1539 damage and no kills, unfortunately.
Yeah, they did a lot of work, but unfortunately weren't able to convert any of that damage into kills. But that, of course, is just the way the cookie crumbles. So, yeah, a very unfortunate way there for them. But, of course, let's get into the highlights just to see some of those interesting plays that we had throughout this game.
Yeah, especially really early on, we could see a fight happening between Galaxy Racer and, of course, their takeout from that other team. A bunch of other teams, a lot of, honestly, early fights along the edges happened here. Don't you agree?
Quite a bit of edge fighting coming in across the board, and pretty spicy in this beautiful fight between the Zombies and Fate. a very spread out approach in a staggered kind of rush that we saw. And the way is just how it goes. But I mean, yeah, a lot of fighting outside of the zone, and a few teams even getting caught in the blue zone as well.
And it looks like even over here up on the northeastern side, so many teams ended up being piled in there. There's so many teams up there because that was the previous center zone. So from there, it's hard to make a rotation inside of here. You kind of need those vehicles and sites. They were on top of it, being able to use their vehicles and make a crash into one of the next compounds in. And that, you know, ended up getting them that third place spot with a lot of decent kills. And meanwhile, everybody else... Wow, even that long shot from Surprise stood up and said surprise. I'm a little bit interested. I feel like from the position that RT9 had up on top of this hill, they could have gone ahead and used it so much more, but unfortunately they had lost 2 of their members to a crash onto sites earlier that they really weren't able to do much more from up there. And as the rest of GUNZ got that last kill, it's just a matter of pushing on over and finding out that solo. Also taking a look at our top players, you can see Lord from GUNZ with a total of 10 kills, most time alive. Break coming in second there with 1148 damage. Then Zaid from the Snipers, 839 damage and 3 kills as well. 1 kill, excuse me. And of course, Razur with 2 kills and 3 assists, I would assume. You know, I can't quite go on ahead and read that for myself, but you know, definitely top 4 players in that situation, all from different teams this time around.
Yeah, it's good to see that spread come in with the teams, and of course, you know, looking forward to seeing what this final match is going to bring and exactly how these teams are going to give their final push as we move over in towards Erangel. So definitely expecting some interesting and strong pushes coming in, but of course, you know, the players from GUNZ, they've been on an absolute roll so far today. Just bringing in game after game, fight after fight, and I mean, just look at the stats, you know, 2373 damage. I mean, the reses, we've got their overall points as well as 15 kills. 30 overall points, 15 kills just in this last match. That is absolutely insane play coming from GUNZ, and a really strong showing time and time again coming in from them, especially today.
Yeah, so them being able to pick up that second one, honestly, like at the very beginning, I kind of proposed, you know, like Falcons, they were in first, but Zombies were really close on their heels, and I was just all like, well, watch, they're going to be able to go on ahead and potentially jump over them. There's only like a 30-point difference. They could easily go on ahead and overtake that within 5 games. But also something to keep an eye out for is if GUNZ actually goes and jumps them as well, and it looks like I kind of went on ahead and spoke that into existence as of right now. And of course, we'll get a little bit of an updated leaderboard as well. But I mean, Zombies being able to pick up a ton of kills, it just seems like GUNZ are just being a little bit more consistent in both, and that was actually our point for them. They got 6th the first week of playing, 3rd the first super weekend, and 2nd these past few days and this weekdays. It just seems like they're slowly going on ahead, steadily increasing their total overall score. So I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. They got 2nd was their highest currently. What if they ended off in 1st if that's the trend so far for them?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly what they were able to accomplish, you know, just throughout the super weekend, because so far starting really strongly. We are making a really strong comeback after the first 2 matches. I mean, game 3, game 4, really insane. But of course, we're going to be jumping into a little bit more of a breakdown as we're going to be looking over towards the players from iKURD, as well as the team, Real Tiger 9 and Alpha Legends, as we now see their stats just weighing up against each other. Looking at where the teams are standing, and as you can see, Real Tiger 9 bringing in quite a bit more damage, and of course also a few more kills. So definitely that would start, you know, converting itself as how they would convert itself as we move into this final Erangel match of the day.
Yep, today is the last day of today. It's going to go on ahead and set it up for the next 2 days of our 2nd super weekend. And I mean, we already went on ahead, talked about a few of these teams that we want to keep an eye on. Now that we're going back to Erangel, I mean, there's some teams that I feel like you can kind of clearly shine on some of these different maps. So going back to Erangel, we already had our first Erangel match happen. Who do you think is going to go on ahead and show up again?
Wow, that is a very interesting question. All right, so if we base it off just on what we've seen today, right? So, well, yeah, let's take today. I mean, Galaxy Racers started off strong, but things kind of fell apart as we progressed on through the day, right? So I'm expecting to either see the Zombies or let's say GUNZ as well, because GUNZ, they've really started building up momentum. So I wouldn't be surprised if GUNZ kind of just continued on that trend and pushed through into yet another chicken dinner, claiming the turkey, as you put it so on Tuesday. So it'd definitely be interesting to see whether or not we have a turkey come from this. But yeah, if we see the players there from Zombies stepping up once again, moving into that strong play, I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I don't know that much. I don't know if we're going to be seeing Fate. I mean, I'm hoping maybe that something comes from Fate, that they give us those plays that we've seen in the league play days, that comes in once again, because I've been waiting for that. I mean, the first few games of today, it didn't go too poorly for them, but now they haven't had that one, you know, magnificent match just yet.
And they need to have that magnificent match. Unfortunately, the stark reality is that they are already behind, so they need to go on ahead and not just do well in these matches, they need to over-exceed well. Really, they need to go on ahead and catch up and then overtake. So hopefully we'll be able to see an amazing game for them in this last game, but at least hopefully they'll be able to go on ahead and pick it up in these next 2 days as well, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, there's after this final match, there's still 10 games to go. Yeah, so much can happen in and over those 10 games. So definitely looking at how the teams are trying to secure themselves today with their gameplay, and today being the initial day of the Super Weekend. I think that's an absolutely essential point. But of course, I'm keeping a very watchful eye on what the side of Galaxy Racer, Fate Esports, Fanatic Zombies, and the Snipers are going to be doing, because this is their first opportunity now to try and bring in those points, as they missed out on the first Super Weekend. So definitely, I mean, it is wide open for them. They've got a lot of opportunities to come in, show a bit of dominance, bring in those additional points to try and potentially catapult them up that leaderboard, because the first team they need to get past is the players from Arab GSG, and Arab GSG is not playing the Super Weekend. So there's a lot of opportunities for those 4 teams to really improve their overall standings. But of course, we'll see closer to the end of day 3 where exactly these teams find themselves.
Honestly, it looks like Galaxy Racer at least has already set themselves up to go on ahead and jump over them. Honestly, they're about less than 10 points away from overtaking GSG, and that's putting themselves in a really good position just on day 1. So I actually already went on ahead and said that after last game. This game, it doesn't seem like they're able to gain too many more points, but I mean, 1 more game today, and then of course the 5 left. I mean, it looks like they're on trend to go on ahead and overtake them, but as we already know, they didn't make the first week, they made the second week, and GSG could go on ahead and make our last Super Weekend next week, so they need to go on ahead and gain as many points as possible so that Galaxy Racer and the rest of them honestly have a chance to go on ahead and make it into the top 16. Hopefully, honestly, they're all able to make it into the last Super Weekend as well, because that is going to be a huge game changer for whoever does and doesn't make it.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. So yeah, definitely a few interesting things to look out for. But of course, we're now just waiting for everything on Erangel to get locked and loaded and ready to go before we move over into with that. So you've asked me who I think is going to fare well in this match, right? So now I'm going to ask you the exact same question, and you can't say what I said. So
I can't.
Be careful.
Who made these rules? Well, I mean, I honestly,
just
I mean, our first game, Galaxy Racers won. amazingly with the most points today, 33 points total. So that could honestly happen again. Not even just from Galaxy Racer, but as we already went on ahead and touched on, any of the teams that have their first game in here today. I'm hoping that they can go on ahead and bring that out of them. Or potentially Galaxy Racer, they didn't have too hot of games recently. Hopefully they're able to go on ahead and bring it back. I mean, they know, they're just like, oh, we did really well on the first rank out. Maybe we'll be able to do that again, change the mentality, come back. And of course, it all comes down to that initial playing path and phase as well. So it's just, can't 100% call it until we obviously see it, but I'm hoping for a little bit of more of an underdog situation because I mean, everybody else, they already went on ahead and proved themselves. YaLLa, GUNZ, Zombies, we already know that they're insane. I just kind of want to go on ahead and see another team go on ahead and win.
Well, like I said, I'm going to be keeping an eye on GUNZ and, of course, the players who are coming up the rear. But, of course, without much further ado, we're going to be heading in-game to see exactly what this flight path will be bringing us and what these teams and players have to work with. Of course, you can see us coming in on the southern side of the map, coming in just above that Sosnovka military island, heading all the way up just past the shooting range. So an interesting flight path, not a destructive one, I would say, and it is west, but not excessively so.
Here we go. This is a really nice western plane path. Again, it looks like it went on ahead and actually continued. So this is a very similar one compared to our first Erangel game, but this time starting all the way down by Military Island. It would be kind of an interesting end to have it end up on Military Island once again, but obviously that means it's very difficult for a lot of the teams to be able to make it down there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what exactly happens. Obviously, SUDOR and SCYTES would be ecstatic to see it go down there as they're already dropping on the top of that island.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of teams that would be pretty satisfied with exactly where this flight path is going, as it grants a lot of these teams, access to those points in which they feel so familiar and which they are so comfortable in, especially in these early phases, getting their loot going, getting the whole process set up. So of course, now as we continue onwards, I'm looking to see what these players are going to be doing, and of course, just how they're going to try and rotate in towards the zone, as we see the zone now currently sitting over towards the eastern side.
Well, all these teams doing really well, actually going on ahead and spreading out. All those guys that were able to go on ahead and spread over to the east should have a nice foothold in it so far. One of them, as I can definitely see, being they're already grabbing a vehicle. It'll be interesting to see where they decide to rotate, because I feel like usually a last Erangel they grabbed a vehicle and rotated somewhere else very nicely. So them, RTG as well. And then of course our usual team GUNZ inside of Pachinki, grabbing that very center spot loot place. They're also going to have a nice rotation in as well.
Yeah, definitely looking to the players here from GUNZ to come in guns blazing, just make their way on through, just continue that momentum. I mean, that'd be absolutely fantastic to see. But of course, we're going to be looking at all these teams, looking at what they can do. This is the final match of the day. And of course, the final opportunity for them to make a bit of a stand with regards to those points. Exactly will come from this. But of course, all the teams now going through their loot phases. We're not seeing any engagements come in just yet. We've got the players here from RTG, of course, positioned over in towards Rozok, going again through their business, making sure they're ready and prepped for the coming few phases. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have a few challenging rotations coming in for these teams.
That it definitely will be. We're going to probably see a lot of very southern and very northern rotations. So that's kind of something to actually look forward to, honestly, as everybody tries to find themselves on in. And as you can see, we're actually going on ahead and looking at a lot of those teams that are going to have a little bit of a difficult rotation. And also, I just have to point out Track 2's helmet here. It keeps catching my eye every single time we see it. It's just like a big flower on top of the head. So yeah, I had to go ahead and point it out there. I love seeing it.
Yeah, that is some fresh stuff right there. So yeah, I'm curious to see, of course, especially how the players here from SCYTES are going to try and roll on in, all down in that far southern side. Do you think they're going to be moving up, because they are in zone? The zone is a slight bit to the southern side, not aggressively so, but I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to try and maybe go set up a bit of a bridge cap. You know, just take those angles on the bridges and wait to see if anyone else is going to try and dare venture onto the island.
Honestly, any kind of bridge camp could be going on ahead and being really risky. At this point on day one, I don't know if we'd see that coming through. I mean, potentially, but I mean, I don't quite think so. I think everybody should be able to make it across quite nicely. Everybody else is probably going to focus on themselves, at least for this first day.
Well, let's see. And of course, as we move over in towards the northwestern side of the zone, you can see YaLLa just off in the distance over in towards South George. But of course, the players here from Fate making their way through Hospital, ensuring they've got some loot. We've got Reef there with the bike all ready to roll and ready to move on in. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go. They are 800 meters away from zone, and of course, there's several options for these teams to choose still as they need to make their, as they then start making their way up in towards zone. And YaLLa also curious to see just exactly what they're going to do with their rotation, where they could be going. But where are you going to expect the rotate?
Say that again. I could not understand what you said.
Okay, let me translate that for you. So what I was asking is, where would you like to see YaLLa rotate up in this coming phase?
That was the team that we just looked at in crates, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would expect them to go on ahead and make a very far northern rotation. I feel like that's usually the safest bet whenever you're very far away from zone. You kind of have to just choose an extreme direction to go on ahead and make rotations. So I would expect them to go more on the northern side to get inside this new zone. Because if they go straight in, there's obviously going to be a lot of people. But if they're able to stay far up on the northern side, potentially go around everybody and find themselves a nice clear spot either on that northeastern zone.
Well, we see some risky rotations coming in there with a 3-wheel of death. And now, of course, the players here from HOTLINE stepping up onto the side of Fate, finding a quick few shots up towards them. Will they now be able to continue that? As we can see, Isawi finding the first hit into Molto. But now this is where things get a little bit hairy. Mumbai now just holding up behind the tree. And, of course, Thanos looking pretty snappy up on the hill. Quick reactions. Finds a quick knock and confirm, as well as knocks Isawi down once again. So really strong start there for the players from HOTLINE. But of course now Fate, they need to try and make the best of this and try to come out of this in one piece. As you can see, Isawi now getting knocked out. Lath now just moving up to the compound. And of course Reef quickly trying to reposition the vehicle. Thanos of course just up ahead, so he could start just pouncing in on that opportunity. So we're waiting exactly what it happened as Fate now push up the hill, and of course Mumbai just fighting those spray shots straight up in towards them. But of course now Reef taking up that position, a little bit of a higher ground, coming in behind the players there from HOTLINE. But Mumbai now getting hit from behind. A beautiful rotate from Lath, bouncing from behind that compound. But now HOTLINE moving up once again, creeping a little bit closer.
Honestly, this is a really nice split coming in through Fate, being able to go on ahead and just shoot one in the back because the other one has a nice other spot. That was definitely a nice call out. But of course, Lath grabbing his vehicle back and leaving because the rest of HOTLINE trying to crash onto him. They know that they need to go on ahead and clear out one, so they try to do so. And Lath, luckily quick on his feet, grabbing that vehicle and making a little bit of rotation away. At this point, Fate, they're continuing this fight. Would they potentially go on ahead and just make a rotation away is the next question. But HOTLINE, seems like they kind of committed. At what point are they going to go on ahead and pull off? Because Fate Esports, they already definitely want to, driving up to the northern side.
Oh, I mean, Fate seems a little bit reluctant there to move out just yet. But of course now we can see them disengaging and just moving up, as you mentioned, a little bit further. But now they are still circling around. They're not rotating away completely, just repositioning. They really want this fight with HOTLINE. They're not going to back out of it yet.
Seems like they want revenge. How dare you take shots at us as we were making a rotation? So they're going to go on ahead and try and get as much punishment back onto them as possible. So, I mean, also potentially, since they're able to kind of turn it around, at least being able to pick up one, it's a fight that they could go on ahead and take. I mean, if they're able to grab these points and then continue on the rest of the game as a two-man, that'd definitely be pretty nice. And very shortly, we're going to see where they're going to have to rotate after finishing up with HOTLINE. But even just taking a look, it looks like they're already disengaging, and that might be for the benefit to get inside the zone that honestly the majority of teams already have a foothold inside of.
And of course, those rotations now starting to find their way on through. Quite a few teams rotating up from the southern reaches. SUDOR now about to find their entry into the zone, but of course right there on the line of snipers. And of course, looking over towards the southwestern side, we got the players there from Real Tiger 9. We've got the Fanatic Zombies as well as the sides also still trying to decide where to go. But the center portion of the zone is gonna be where it's at. That is the point of contention as we see all these teams now, a lot of them rather, rotating into that more centralized portion. But of course, GUNZ and to evade the shots for the time being, but RICO Infinity right here alongside the players from Alpha. And Alpha holding up a really strong defensive line, already finding 2 knocks in towards Ragnar and NASR. Now QTAL, of course, left to try and make that play out in the open as the players from Alpha come dashing on in. QTAL gets a knock in though, but gets knocked out in turn. Now everything riding on Prestige. This is going to be a really tough call, especially for Prestige, as it is still the very early game. And of course, you don't want to go out this early.
Nope, that's why he went on ahead, took cover inside of that one story. But honestly, Alpha Legends, if they decide to go on ahead and start clearing these buildings, they might be able to find him. So if he wants to go on ahead and continue to live, maybe he should go on ahead and disengage even further away from where they originally found him. But as of right now, he seems comfortable. And even on the other side of the zone, I can see his sights continuing to try and do damage after their nice kill game last game. Also spotted out RT9. Real Tiger 9 now stuck in some of this artillery. Need to toss out smokes if they're even thinking of continuing to make a rotation out of here. This is a really tough location to be stuck in, honestly.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough one. Trying to make the most of this position that they have. You see those shots now coming up from Ramka. Ghost now already starting to just reposition a little bit, flanking up on the side of the players here from Real Tiger. And of course, the zone is just going to get tougher and tougher as we move on forward. But now they can't really find the shots through this little shack. So fortunately for Real Tiger, they are safe for the time being. Of course, you can see those smokes now coming out as the Real Tiger is trying to make a play just to reposition Ghost. Now, of course, rotating back in, deciding that it's maybe not worth the effort to try and come in from that far side. Probably better to try and push in as a squad. But now as we jump back over to the side of Alpha, you can see them still just frantically searching through the compound, and Prestige just lying in wait, waiting for that angle onto the side of Alpha. But now up they come. Alpha pushing in, and this is going to be a really challenging angle for Prestige to play. But if he's able to isolate the players from Alpha and take them on one by one, he could still have a fighting chance. But here they go. Oh, finds the first one. Come on. He can do it, but Jody is also now cooking up a nade, sends a quick one in the window. Oh, up comes the nade from Jody and finds the head. Down goes Prestige. Beautifully placed nade there from Jody. Quick reactions, of course, for Alpha. And yeah, a really swift finish.
Honestly, maybe he needed to go on ahead and peek out and start taking some shots while they're a little bit more in the open. But still, really nice effort. He was able to get down one, almost got a second one. And yeah, I mean, a 3v1 situation is still always just difficult to come by. And that nade was really nicely cooked on top of him, so there wasn't much else he could honestly do. And of course, SCYTES continuing to decide to be aggressive. Actually came down from that hill and decided to crash into the compound that Real Tiger 9 was able to go on ahead and disengage off to. They want this fight. They know exactly where everybody is, but unfortunately, oh no, one of them decided to push in alone. He's going to be taken down. Eagle also falls, though. There's only one left inside this compound for Real Tiger 9, and the other two are slowly running on over from inside of the field. They need to go on ahead, help out their teammate, and as you can see, they're trying to start doing so by taking out Ghost.
I mean, really strong play coming in here from Real Tiger, and also very, very clever rotation coming in here from the sides. Of course, now managing to find that head in towards Surprise. Up they come. Phobia quickly finding that confirmed. So Real Tiger 9 now down to only 2 remaining players. You can see, of course, players there from Alpha already leading in the back on 4. So let's see whether or not the players from SCYTES will be able to find any additional hits and potentially make their own run for those 4 points in total. As you can see, Eagle still just bleeding out behind the tree, and now we've got Razur trying to figure out where the rest of the squad is, if there's anyone hiding in ambush. But the Ramp now using this opportunity to just creep a little bit closer and potentially find some of those openings onto the side of SCYTES.
At this point, could be a little bit difficult. I mean, they're inside those bowls, so you don't really want to go on ahead and everybody start tucking in some nades, but a little bit of a reset for them as a little bit of calm, peaceful setting for them. But what's not peaceful is this fight that's already going on ahead and breaking out. over here by Fanatic Zombies and iKURD. It looks like one of the Fanatics are going to actually be taken down. The rest of iKURD, one of them actually is really, really close to their compound. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to decide to continue to be aggressive on this. They have a little bit of a high ground, so Fnatic could potentially be stuck inside of here as if iKURD decides to push even further ahead.
I mean, Rawan could just be the distraction there in the side. And of course, you can see Fanatics, they just holding on. We got the addition of YaLLa also positioned over towards that eastern side. So it's definitely a very interesting position these teams find themselves in. But now we jump over into the side of Alpha as they get closer and closer to the snipers. Few knocks already onto the side here of the snipers, but Zaid tries to lay down the spray but gets knocked out. Everything now riding on to the players there from Marco, as Marco now needs to make that play and try to survive as long as he can possibly survive. But now this is where we see the team here from Alpha getting ready to push on in. Oh, Jody and Co comes rushing up, trying to crash the party for Marco. Nice jump shot. And they seal the deal, sending the snipers right back into the lobby. Now we are down to 14 teams. You can see, of course, that zone still looking pretty tough, pretty challenging. Now the team there also trying to make that rotation as we got the players from Alpha sealing the deal. But the SUDORs now just on that southern edge of the zone, needing to decide how they're going to try and move on up. Alpha already sitting on 8 kills so far.
That zone shift hard shifted all the way to the eastern side. Anybody that's on the west is going to have to make a huge rotation. Honestly, this is a really hard zone to go on ahead and take. Hard shifts just always are. And it looks like it's going to start with NASR making a rotation right by RTG Esports. And it looks like, as of right now, they're kind of just letting them drive on by, being very patient or quiet on this. And yeah, as we can see, a lot of teams now trying to make their way on inside of this zone. As of right now, the very center of it is just the side of a mountain. It's very out in the open. There's very few places that actually provide significant hard cover.
Yeah, and of course that is Potato Hill that we could see the teams moving inside, already taking up that position. Of course, now here we go. Ida tries to get the confirm on towards Bitata. No, I messed that up. Batika. There we go. But of course now, this is where things are looking pretty tough for the side of YaLLa. RTG, as you mentioned, you know, they're just patiently waiting up above, waiting to see when best to strike. And of course, so many teams now just coming flying past right by them, as we see the players here from iKURD now also trying to squeeze on in towards the zone. But there's so many teams, so many players positioned here that it is a really difficult call to make. As you can see, of course, now Kalaga trying to cause a little bit of chaos there with the vehicle. Unfortunately, not being able to pull that one off, but of course that is not going to stop them. But now Flame jumps at the opportunity to put a few hits into the vehicle. And of course, iKURD now facing quite a bit of an uphill battle.
Wow, RTG, it looks like they might be a little bit trapped here. We could see that, I mean, YaLLa up to their northern side, a team actually holding them in from more further inside the center of the zone as well. It's Galaxy Racer. They're going to go on ahead and just hunker down and just wait this out for a second. At least while doing so, the rest of these teams will be in fights, and hopefully these other teams will be taken out before they have to get in any sort of a fight. And that is going to start with a lot of nades being tossed towards the zombies, and they're actually taking shots at another team that's very far away from them even. So this is now the zone, a little bit of a kill zone, a lot of damage and shots coming through, and you can even see a lot of people in the very center of this are actually knocked. It looks like a lot of people just ended up sending into the area of a bunch of other teams, and that's where all these fights are coming from.
Oh, now we see Alpha Legends moving in on the side of the zombies. Zombies having a few knocks already on their side. Now, let's see whether or not they'll be able to defend their angle. Oh, her mum gets knocked right on out as we see Alpha pushing in quite aggressively. Chaos also getting knocked out in the process. But now Saleh and Break, the two remaining players, will they be able to hold their own? As well as the rest of the players from Alpha now continue to push on in. Hamco also now up back in fighting shape. But the zombies sitting on 4 players, of course, now trying to pull off that res. Will they be able to get it done? As you can see, Saleh and the rest of the team now just bombarding it once again. Oh, Alpha on a 3-man team finds the shot in towards Saleh. Hamco getting knocked out as well. This is looking pretty tough for the side of zombies as 2 knocks already found their way on through. Now 2 players remain for the side of zombies, but Alpha are not going to back out of this fight just yet. Hamco super low on health, bleeding out. Humam also not looking too great, but manages to pull off that heal. But up comes Alpha, just crashing the party, rushing straight on into the side of them. Of course, finding the knock on Hamco in the process, gets it confirmed, but of course, Break is now the last remaining hopeful. Alpha moving up. Kaito is the only player left, and of course, that is if he is able to pull off the reses, he can get those numbers back in his favor. And of course, the same goes for the Zombies. Both teams not just trying to tend to their wounded, but we've got those third-party shots coming in from the GUNZ team as well, so they're not out of the woods just yet. Let's see, will they be able to make this final play? Up comes Break, now finds a beautiful shot. Will he get to confirm?
Nice.
Yes, he does, and he picks apart Alpha Legends.
Wow, Break. Oh my goodness. Break and Slay, they're absolutely insane. That needed to have happened for them to go on ahead and actually continue. So they were able to catch those knocks exactly when he needed to, and he could still get the res into his teammate that ended up trying to crawl into safety while GUNZ Esports were taking shots at them. But as you can see, it looks like he was unable to do so as Blue Zone came in. So now as a solo, it'll be interesting to see what Break is able to accomplish. Meanwhile, all the way on the western side of the zone, RTG Esports getting pushed up on by NASR finally able to get at least that knock. It looks like, where's the rest of NASR? They're actually all the way down on the southern side of this new zone. It looks like they're going for a little bit of an interesting spread.
Yeah, Nabo making a good call there, rotating up ahead, setting up that anchor point, and of course, as we can see, it really paid off for the team. So let's see now whether or not they'll be able to capitalize on that positioning. But of course, we jump straight over towards the Galaxy Racers, who we've been waiting on patiently to see them step up once again. They did such a phenomenal job in the first Erangel match, but now let's see will they continue, as we see the players here from GUNZ also now trying to get that turkey going. We've got Powerful just up ahead for the YaLLa team, and of course, those nades getting sent in. Oh! Beautiful one, finds its way on through. The teams are now starting to drop like flies, and Hamadi doing an absolutely phenomenal job. But here we go. Oh, YaLLa now trying to secure their possession, and down they go. GUNZ just letting it rip once again. GUNZ blazing, just raking in those kills. Absolutely insane job so far.
There's still a good amount of people up on the northern side of this zone here so far. The two of them having to still hunker down on this ridge, and it looks like GUNZ, unhappy to be sharing it, is going to start pushing towards RTG Esports, throwing over some sprays in their direction as well. I mean, if they do decide to go on ahead and sweep this edge, that means that they would be in charge of this entire northern side of the zone, so it could be worth it, but otherwise, it might be also worth it to wait, because as you can see, there's a lot of broken up teams down to the southern side as well, especially because the zone actually went on ahead and pulled towards them, so they just wait a little bit longer, all these other teams are going to have to make a rotation into each other, but they're still going to go on ahead and be aggressive, as you can see here, even laying prone and tossing in some nades.
Oh, I mean, Freak now just sending up nade after nade, trying to find those hits in to the side. Of course, El Chapo gets knocked out by Rauf. Freak now using the opportunity to get a little bit closer, just to step up right on to the doorstep of them. But of course, now we see the players here from Galaxy Racers securing. That's the zone. We wait to see whether or not they'll be pouncing on the SUDOR. Having a steady aim onto the side there of Zombies, waiting for the moment to strike. So close now. They still need to make that rotation up in towards the zone, trying to come in from the south. But of course, Galaxy Racer, they've got this region secured. As we see now, a few more hits coming in a little bit further up in towards the north, back in the zone. But Zombies feeling the pressure, and now Galaxy Racer setting up this gatekeep. SUDOR just up ahead of them, also trying to find their way on in. GUNZ Freaks now getting knocked in the process. Lord and Rauf now trying to step on in, trying to provide that cover so they can get that res going and bring their numbers back up to 4. Shots flying up still, as you can see the players there from HOTLINE now just getting eliminated. Back they go right into the lobby. 5 teams remain, and of course now RTG still in it, not backing out just yet, trying to find the shots in towards SUDOR. SUDOR, of course, also retaliating with a few shots of their own, but down goes Safe. Flame finds the shot beautifully into them, but now this is where things are going to get hairy once again. GUNZ already sitting on 8 kills. Oh, things are going to be so close, as all these teams are pushing in, and especially the southern portion of the zone is looking heavily congested.
Very much so. And honestly, everybody on the southern side are going to have even more of a difficult time because Galaxy Racers, they just get to sit inside that compound and take shots at them. There's no real way for them to make a push up to this compound without being completely in the open. So hopefully they still have some smokes left to make that push. And as of right now, it looks like SUDOR are just waiting for a little bit of a res on their teammate before potentially going on ahead and doing just that. It does look like they're throwing out some smokes to at least provide themselves some temporary cover for now. And RTG and GUNZ still up here on the northern side. Now, this is the time where a big spread out, a big rotation around to clear the edge would be huge for them because they need to go on ahead and clear each other out before this next shift, before Galaxy Racer takes out the people to their south. Because if Galaxy Racer take down the people to their southern side and these two teams up on the north are still fighting it out right beside each other, right when they actually get started, Galaxy Racer could just go on ahead and third party it and potentially just win the game with the height advantage up on top of the hill.
But that zone now shifting up once again over towards the western side. So height advantage is going to be pretty difficult in this one. But of course the GUNZ are going to try and push on up as we see the players there from iKURD not getting eliminated. But Senke gets caught in a molly. Down he goes. Rauf being exactly on point with that molly though. You can see Freak now still applying the pressure, trying to push forward, trying to find that angle. He's got Flame right up ahead of him and Marshall right there on the side to provide that extra additional layer of cover. But of course, the GUNZ are still looking so strong coming into this late phase. But Galaxy Racer coming in on 4, having a quick knock coming towards them as Oasis now gets knocked on out. SUDOR just lying in wait still. GUNZ now all just trying to sneak their way on through. The 4 final teams trying to make their final play. Galaxy Racer now getting forced to rotate out of their compound as the zone has shifted up just onto the side of the zone, just out of reach of the compound. But here we go. RTG now still making a few plays. 2 players remain for the side there of RTGs. You can see that, of course, being Flame and Marshall. But down goes Marshall. Everything now riding on Flame as 2Track has just snuck up behind them. The shots come through and down goes Marshall. RTG down to their last remaining player. Lord now cooking a nade up, sending it over in towards Galaxy Racer. Finds the head. Oh, that wasn't him. That was SUDOR. But of course now SUDOR still just tapping away. As you can see, Safe now just patiently waiting in the grass. But of course now Galaxy Racer trying to make their own final play. Safe now the last player standing between them. And they find the head in towards 2Track. Absolutely phenomenal play coming in here from Galaxy Racer, already acquiring 11 kills. 3 final teams. You've got Frags, GUNZ rather sitting there on a 10 kills so far. Another beautiful nade coming in from Lord. MJ not just trying to tend to the wounded, trying to bring their numbers back up, but the smoke dissipates. Well, we see Lord strike fear in towards them. Will he find that shot? Fortunately for the players here from Galaxy Racer, they are up on the ridge, but of course down it goes RTG. They did not have that safety buffer, but here we go. GUNZ now going full spray, rushing in, but of course Galaxy Racer finding a few beautiful shots in return. The knocks coming in. Everything now riding on MJ. Will MJ be able to clutch this out for Galaxy Racer? GUNZ have the numbers advantage. 3 players for the side of GUNZ, but up comes Rauf. He is closing the gap, goes to explore. Will he find the shots in and towards Galaxy Racer? Spots Ultron, doesn't go for the confirm. The vehicle gets blown up though. What? Come on, 2 remain now for GUNZ. You can see, of course, Rauf now just exploring a little bit further, pushing up, trying to identify exactly where they are. But Hamodi coming in, trying a bit of aggressive play. Will he come rushing through the smoke? No, Hamodi goes down, but down they go. What was that?
That was such a close ending. I honestly wasn't too sure who was going to go on ahead and win that at the very end there. I mean, Galaxy Racer was still just able to hold on barely up until that push ended up happening. That was an amazing game.
Yeah, I mean, GUNZ, they just like... I don't even know what to say about GUNZ anymore. I don't know what they did, but whatever they did, that is amazing stuff. I mean, they finished off yet another match. That is the turkey that we've been waiting for.
It is.
GUNZ
3 in a
with their
row.
3rd chicken dinner, back to back. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. But of course, while I relax, we're gonna head into a quick break, and we'll be back right after the break to discuss that absolutely insane match. Hello and welcome back to our second Super Weekend. This, of course, being day one of that second Super Weekend on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, and we saw an absolutely phenomenal game coming in from GUNZ, once again claiming the turkey. If you don't know what a turkey is, it's the third chicken dinner in a row. Absolutely aggressive stuff, and I mean, GUNZ are just in beast mode.
They are. I mean, we went on ahead and kind of expected it. I was just like, well, the only way they are is to go on ahead and grab that first place. And yeah, it seems like they've definitely went on ahead and cracked the code. I mean, slowly, steadily increasing and improving. So being able to go on ahead and grab that turkey, I'm not quite surprised. I feel like at this point, they've been showing now again and again that they're able to go on ahead and be really, really consistent in a really amazing way.
And of course, you know, that makes for a very interesting remaining weekend, you know, because they are now starting to set the standard. They are setting that bar really, really high. And it's going to be difficult for the other teams to catch up. It's not impossible, but it's going to be difficult, you know, just to catch up with the momentum that GUNZ already has been able to build in just the past 3 games. In fact, throughout the games today. So I'm quite curious to see, of course, how that then will be reflective as we go on. But of course, you know, we've got the match stats to look at just to see how they performed in this game. As you can see there, another over 10 kill game coming in for GUNZ. 14 kills, 29 points in total. But Galaxy Racer also coming in with yet another strong performance. Not an 18 kill game, but a 12 kill game. Either way, still a really strong count. And of course, 24 points there for them. RTG Esports, 3rd place, 13 points. We've got SUDOR in 4th place on 11th. Alpha Legends ending up in 5th place rather, with 10 points. And all of that coming only from kills. We got iKURD over in 6th place on 9 points. The Zombies in 7th on 9. And of course, the players from HOTLINE Esports over in 8th place on 5 points.
Then SCYTES in 9th place, grabbing 4 total points. Fates in 10th with 4 as well. Real Tiger 9 grabbing that 11th place spot with 2 total points. And then the next 3 teams, YaLLa, NASR, and Fanatic Zombies, each being able to pick up 1 point each for themselves this game. And then Snipers and RICO Infinity team coming in on that 15th and 16th place.
Oh. But of course, the players from Galaxy Racer just beating it out with the aggression, the damage being done. Of course, 2,419 damage, only converting half of that into kills. But of course, the players from GUNZ sitting on 2,104 damage, 14 kills. So really good conversion rate coming there from them. And of course, the players from Alpha Legends on 1,973 damage, converting 10 of that into kills. So yet again, some really, really strong plays with, you know, the 3 teams there. I mean, Alpha Legends, all the points they got for this match was purely off of their kills.
That was absolutely insane, being able to go on ahead and grab 10 kills. That gave them the 10 points. They put them in that 5th place spot. That's amazing for one match. Obviously, that means that a lot of the kills didn't just go on ahead and get fed to the first few top teams that grabbed those first top positions. They were basically on a roll, on a mission very early on in the game to be able to go on ahead and grab that many points, and then to also not receive any placement points for themselves.
But I have to say, I'm really impressed, though, with just how the teams have been performing today. I mean, GUNZ coming out of nowhere, stepping up, just delivering on the action. But of course, also, Galaxy Racer. They had an absolutely phenomenal first game. And to finish the day off once again, right back up at it. So we know now that they are super strong on Erangel. But of course, now we look to see those improvements coming in on the Miramar and Sanok map. Because I'm expecting to see them when we come back again into the Super Weekend, see them a little bit higher up that leaderboard, just having those additional points come in. But I mean, we've been really witnessing some fantastic plays today in this first day of the Super Weekend.
I do not disagree, and I mean, even because of that, they were 10 points away from catching up to GST, and I believe that with that, they might have gone on ahead and overtook at least that place. So we'll obviously go on ahead and see that on the overall leaderboard very shortly to confirm that. But that just goes on to show that it's still possible to go on ahead and make it in. You didn't have to go on ahead and make it into the first Super Weekend. Obviously, would have definitely been more helpful, but so far that means it is reachable. And even just thinking about that points, right? Being able to just catch up in just day one, they still have 2 more games to go on ahead and get further inside of this leaderboard.
Well, of course, another team that we saw also just coming out of the works again today was the Zombies. They had such a kill-heavy game, or games rather, today. You know, not all of the games essentially turning out exactly the way they would have wanted to. But I mean, even still just looking at that, they still put up a really strong performance. I mean, for their first match, yes, okay, they had 2 kills. For the second match, they finished that one off coming in on 17 kills. That's insane. All right, the third match, the Zombies finished off there on 6 kills. So again, really strong kill counts coming in. And then, of course, we had 7 in that fourth one. So let's jump into the match stats just to get a bit of a breakdown once again, just to see what it is we saw coming in through our games. As you can see, GUNZ, as mentioned, 3 chicken dinners. That, of course, being on Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. And, of course, Miramar being their stronger map, in which we can see they caused 1,906 damage with an average of 9.5 kills, 26.5 minutes of survival time.
I mean, even on their other 2 maps, it looks like it's a little bit more consistent with 7 each for kills. That's just being able to go on ahead and do that and survive 3 games in a row. Like I already said, it seems like they kind of already went and cracked the code to figure out what they need to do to succeed in these lobbies.
Yeah, so really good showing there. I mean, now we know GUNZ are able to claim chicken dinners on every map. Right, not every game, but every map. So I'm really excited to see exactly how that would then translate into the second day of the Super Weekend and even the third day of the Super Weekend, and just how far up this team can go. Because this is absolutely phenomenal play that we're seeing. Is such an aggressive play. But I'm also curious to see exactly where the Zombies are going to end up. Because, you know, as you've said before, they are such an aggressive team. And again, they're bringing in so many kills. I mean, I think for today alone, they are sitting on a grand total of 132 kills just through the Super Weekend. So that already is quite a considerable amount of, you know, fatalities they've caused across the board to all the opposing teams. But yeah, it's really good to see the teams, you know, starting to gain that momentum. You know, we've already spoken about the players there from Galaxy Racer coming in with their chicken dinner, finding that really strong match for them. And as you said, that was really the thing to catapult them out of the position they were in coming into today. Now, do you expect any more of this, gameplay happening as we progress through the next days?
I sure hope so. I mean, I do expect to see some of the teams that have kind of figured it out to continue to do so, but also I'm kind of hoping that some of the other teams will be able to go ahead and go back VOD review. I mean, as we already know, for these teams, this is their first time in the Super Weekend, so hopefully they'll be able to look at the performance for their 5 games today and be able to better it, improve it coming into these next 2. And we're actually going to go on ahead and take a look at a little bit of a stat between 2 of the teams that were jumping on in, one of which is their first day inside of it being Galaxy Racer. Take a look at that.
I mean, Alpha coming in with a really strong amount of damage, but Galaxy Racer, so much damage being caused in only 1 day. Of course, you can see coming in on a grand total there of that 35 kills that they've been able to convert from. That 27 kills only going to the players there from Alpha today. Of course, so if you look at that, so Alpha was able to get 27 kills, but also 27 knocks throughout this whole process. Not as many headshots though, but a really good conversion rate there between the kills and the knocks. So almost, so every single knock they got resulted in a kill.
Just insane, honestly, at that point. And I mean, also looking excited. I'm excited to go on ahead and see what else happens, but also let's go ahead and take a look at another thing that's going to pop up, which is our map winners. And surprise, surprise, not really a surprise. We already know that GUNZ Esports went on ahead and took our last 3 games of today, but of course have to go on ahead and do a big shout out to Galaxy Racer and Zombies Esports for winning our first Erangel and Miramar matches, honestly, because those were such dynamic and interesting games to go on ahead and watch. I mean, definitely the other 3 were as well, but Galaxy Racer, they had huge thought process going into that game, crashing exactly when they needed to and coming out on top in the end, getting a ton of kills to grab that for themselves. And even Zombies Esports, they were able to go on ahead, just 3 people protect the center compound that they actually won from Galaxy Racers early on, and they fought 3 teams at the end there, actually wiping out all of them to get their own win. So that's just 2 of those games at the very beginning, kind of set up the rest. And then that actually, it's a little bit of a weird juxtaposition. They went on ahead and won the first 2 matches, but then GUNZ, they were just all like, we can't let that happen again. And they went on ahead and just rolled the rest of the games.
Yeah, bringing in that lovely turkey. I mean, that is still a term I'll need to get used to, but I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, like chicken, that just sounds too much. A turkey is just, because it's a turkey. But anyway, yeah, definitely some really strong performances that we saw today. I mean, Galaxy Racer coming in with their win. We got Zombies, and then of course the Beasts, which is the GUNZ team there. Absolutely insane plays. So out of everything that we've seen today, what are your expectations for tomorrow's games?
My expectations, honestly, I'm excited to go on ahead and watch Highland Wolf and Tarzan go on ahead and cast our games tomorrow, because I'm interested to see if GUNZ are going to be able to keep it up, but also the teams that went on ahead and proved themselves that they're able to go on ahead and get those top spots. I want to see if they're going to be able to come back. I want to see if Galaxy Racers are going to be able to go on ahead and get into those top spaces again. Obviously, we already know that they jumped up into that top 16 spot, so just how far are they going to be able to make it? And then, of course, everybody else who are so consistent, how they're going to be able to pull it back as well. And let's take a look at our top players on top of that.
Ooh, lovely. We got Mr. Freaks there for the first game, Break for the second, Lord for the third, Humam coming in for the fourth, and of course Hamoudi coming in with a beautiful play there as well. And some really interesting amount of damage being caused, but of course Lord leading the pack there on an average of 3.4 kills. And of course Freak then with the longest amount of survival time, Break also coming in with their highest average damage there being 494. So some really tough strats here, and of course I'm excited to see again what that will look like tomorrow. How much of all the effort being put into today's matches will roll over and carry over into tomorrow's games.
Is there any specific team in particular you're looking out for? Going back, sending the same question back to you.
For me, honestly, at the moment, no, because just looking at the amount of play improvement that we saw only in today's games, for me, it is pretty much open to any team to just step up and be the team to show us what they've got, because we've now seen it as possible. GUNZ have done it, Zombies have done it, Galaxy Racer has done it. Alright? So any of the other teams can do that as well. I mean, Alpha Legends still putting in a really strong effort in today, finishing off also pretty heavy with their games. So there's a lot that can still come from this. I'm still waiting to see what a real Tiger 9 is going to be doing, whether or not we'll see that beautiful play coming in from them, and not only just on Sanok, but also then I'm also waiting to see what the players from Fate will be doing, what the Fanatic Zombies will be doing, and of course what the Snipers are doing, because those are the teams that we mentioned. This is their first run in the Super Weekend, so really looking to see where they kind of find themselves and what exactly they'll be doing with that.
Yeah, those 4 teams coming on in obviously have something to prove. They weren't here the first time, so they need to go on ahead and have a strong showing for their first time, the second Super Weekend. And honestly, even I kind of want to see what happens with the other 2 teams. There's 2 teams that are absolutely just killing it when it comes to the weekday games that I want to see them be able to bring it into the Super Weekend. I think you already know who I'm going to say. I want to see Fate and I want to see NASR going ahead and come back, because both of them went on ahead and were able to come in with huge games in some of the days from the league. So I want to see them going ahead and get some top plays as well. And the thing that we've all been waiting for are overall points here. We can see GUNZ Esports grabbing that first place position, jumping up 2 spots, now have 5 chickens and a total of 269 points. Zombies now grabbing that second place spot with 3 chickens, also having 226 total points, the majority of them coming from those kills. FalconsEsport, they had a huge lead coming in after they played the first Super Weekend, so they still in third with 196, and Alpha Legends grabbing fourth with 188, RTG with 164, SUDOR Esports going up 1 as well with 157, RICO Infinity team unfortunately going to go ahead and fall down a tiny bit with 149, actually tied with total points with NASR Esports, also in 8th with 149.
I mean, this is just some insane things to look at. Of course, as we mentioned, you know, Zombies being so aggressive. But now we're looking over to that second page. iKURD coming in on 9th place on 132 points. We've got the SCYTES in 10th on 109. We got the HOTLINE Esports team over in 11th place on 107. We got the Raad still holding on to 12th place on 104. YaLLa Esports in 13th place on 90 points. Flare Loyal still remaining in top 16. They're in 14th place on 89 points. Real Tiger in 15th on 79. And then, of course, Galaxy Racer in 16th place on 69. So a beautiful jump up coming from Galaxy Racer, sitting in that bottom portion of the teams and managing to squeeze their way on into that top 16. But of course, that is where the teams want to be. That is where they want to see themselves as we make a weekend. And of course, I mean, I'm expecting quite a lot more changes to come in as we progress through the next 10 matches we still have left for this weekend.
It's just absolutely huge, them being able to grab that 16th spot with 69 total points, because that means, you know, GSG, they went on ahead, lost that 16th spot now with 53 total points. That was from all of the games from Super Weekend last time. There's only been 1 day for the Super Weekend so far, so for Galaxy Racer, even Fate Esports and the rest of the teams that are now finding themselves in those few bottom spots, being, you know, Fate Esports, Fanatic Zombies, and Snipers, with 23, 21, and 16 total points, they all still have a lot of games, 10 games, to go on ahead and continue to jump up that leaderboard. So honestly, it's huge for them to be able to get in front of those few teams now.
I can already just imagine the expression on Highland Wolf and you know, Professor Tarzan's face. If, you know, like, I'm pretty sure they were watching the action unfold, you know, with us, with all of us going through this, and just the absolute phenomenal performance from GUNZ. But now I am so excited to hear what their comments are going to be tomorrow when they come up and cast the second day of the second Super Weekend. So yeah, I'm hoping to see a pretty entertaining day coming from these teams. And of course, I mean, if the first day is anything to go on, this weekend is going to be exceptionally tough for these teams. And I mean, just based on how aggressive we had the players from GUNZ come in, how aggressive the team there from Galaxy Racer came into this match, it's going to be a pretty hairy fight all the way through onto that final day of the Super Weekend.
It really is. I'm actually, because of how much a lot of these teams actually went on ahead and were able to move, just coming into our second Super Weekend. I mean, I know only 1 day has gone by. We still have 2 more games, and we still have the entire third Super Weekend left. But just from knowing how much teams have moved at this point, I really think our last Super Weekend, especially the last 2 days, are really going to be nail biters, right? Because so much movement has already happened in just 1 day. Honestly, whoever the top 16 teams are going to be aren't really going to be known until those final games start wrapping up. So I'm already getting excited, and that's a week away. So we're going to have to go on ahead and wait. We don't even know what's happening in the next 2 days. So it's a lot to go on ahead and look forward to at this point, just from knowing it definitely shows that all these teams know what they're doing. It's just they have to go on ahead and figure out how to be consistent at this point.
Yeah, but I'm honestly low-key hoping that we see YaLLa step up and give us that play again, you know. We've gone through all the teams that we came into today, looking forward to seeing what these teams will be doing. You know, of course. So we started off the day talking about YaLLa. We started off the day talking about GUNZ. We started talking about Zombies, Fate, the Real Tiger Nines, and of course NASR. All right. So now after the day is done, we know GUNZ, they just swallowed up turkeys as they pushed on forward. All right. Zombies Esports, also again, super aggressive play, which we know that is kind of their play style, and it is always so awesome to see them just execute all those maneuvers. Right, so Fate didn't really bring that play, but of course they were trying, you know. So still, we're definitely going to be looking to see what YaLLa will be doing tomorrow, what Fate will be doing, what the Real Tiger 9 and NASR will be doing, and then of course, I'm expecting GUNZ and the players from Zombies to, of course, just continue on with their efforts and just go absolutely ham. But enough of that, all right? It is going to bring us to the end of the broadcast here today. And of course, we're going to be jumping into some of those daily highlights so you can just see how insane the teams were today in case you missed any of that. But be sure to join us back again tomorrow where we see Professor Tarzan and, of course, Highland Wolf taking us through the second day.